Okay, we're going to get started. Good morning, everybody. This is the United Laguna Woods Mutual Regular Open Meeting of the United Laguna Woods Mutual Board of Directors, a California nonprofit mutual benefit corporation. It's Tuesday, April 11th, 9:30. We're in the boardroom, and it's a virtual meeting. This is the notice of the meeting and the agenda. So I'm calling the meeting to order, and we do have a quorum. Yeah, we do. And so first we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance by Director Liberatore.
Please stand. And together, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
With liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. Acknowledge the media, number 3. Do we have media here? No? Maybe not. Okay. We are on TV, though, right? Yeah. Okay. Approval of the agenda. Any motions to approve the agenda as it's currently written? Okay.
I second it.
And it's seconded by Maggie. Okay. Approval of the meeting minutes for March 13th, March 14th, March 23rd. Any changes to any of the minutes from those 3 meetings? Hearing none, then they are approved. Okay, so first is report of the chair. So I wanted to first tell you that just to avoid interruptions, if you could take your phones like I'm doing now and mute them or turn them off, it could cause a lot of less chaos. So I would appreciate it. And I think everyone else would appreciate it too. Next thing is that I hope to keep the meeting as professionally run as possible without a lot of interruptions and no yelling or profanity. Keep it orderly, and we'll have a very smooth, well-run meeting. I wanted to tell you that we have begun the budget process, and this will go on for about 4 months, the next 4 months. We'll be working with staff to come up with an appropriate budget, and we're going to try our best to keep the HOA assessments from going up, but it's going to be difficult, but we'll do our best. One of the things we're working on, and you'll see more about this very soon, is that we're working with to try to reduce the costs of insurance. Property insurance has gone up significantly in our community over the last few years. And it's now, for United, it's over $3 million a year because of all the wildfires that have gone on in California. And we are working as a board to evaluate several different brokers and even a new broker who we're going to be meeting with next week and seeing if we could possibly reduce the cost of our insurance. So we are aggressively going after that. That's one of our biggest cost items is insurance. So we're looking at that very closely, along with many, many other items. And I think that's it for me. So at that point, let's go ahead with the open forum. Before we do that, I did want to, about a month ago, there was a presentation by Susan McCurney. I'll get her right. But anyway, I understand she's leaving our organization, but she was in charge of the social services manager program. And social services provides a vital service to our community. For people that are in need in our community, that need help with some financial assistance, Meals on Wheels, things like that, medical help. Social services are the people to call. And they provided an excellent presentation, and you're welcome to request a presentation if you send an email to generalmanager@vmsinc.org. You can get a copy of this presentation. It itemizes the services they provide. Very, very well thought out and well done. The phone number, if you'd like to contact them, is 949-597-4235. I just wanted to announce that because they provide a vital service, and I think they have a staff of 6 that are very, very busy and very productive to help our residents in our community. So with that, let's go ahead and open the forum. 3 minutes per speaker to anyone who would like to talk. At this time, members only may address the Board of Directors regarding items not on the agenda and within the jurisdiction of the Board of Directors. The Board reserves the right to limit the total amount of time allotted for the open forum to 30 minutes. A member may speak only once during this forum. Speakers may not give their time to other people, no audio or video recording by attendees, and no rude or threatening comments. Members can attend the meeting by joining the Zoom link, which is in your agenda, or call that phone number that's in your agenda, or email, to have your message read during the open forum. So with that, let's go ahead and open it up.
Okay, our first speaker is Ms. Elizabeth Romano. Oops.
Hi, thank you for your time. One of the things I want to discuss is, well, first of all, I am still waiting for the board to get back to me about the retaliation that I experienced. And I have gone ahead and filled out the papers that you guys asked for, and I haven't heard from you, and I would like to. The retaliation I experienced caused me to really develop a serious mental illness because of the threats and the security coming around my house and stuff. So I really hope I'm the last person that you will send out security to harass. You know, this isn't appropriate, and it causes damage. And just also, first of all, additionally, I would like to tell you that I'm I'm unable to work right now, but I am a global corporate compliance CEO, and we have a lot of problems here with compliance. And I'm sorry to see this. One of the things I would like to say while I have the opportunity is that because we are caught between taking care of the village and then taking care of the corporation. But I talked to the previous manager about the issue with Roundup because our dogs were dying and getting diseases and things like that. And he told me that they were going to continue to use Roundup even though they knew that it was a poisonous, toxic thing, and outside of this village they had stopped the use of it. But for the golfers, I want you to be aware that you are putting your hands down into these holes that had been surrounded by Roundup. And what you need to look at is the waivers, okay? And this is something that will come up and haunt people later. And I think we should be upright and honest about telling people what's going on. The other thing that concerns me now, we have reached the top of the suicide rate in Orange County. And we need to do something about it. And one of the biggest things that we can do actively is to stop the isolation. And that would be by reopening the drop-in lounge. Actually, I found out in my research for this that the drop-in lounge was decided to be the focal point of this village. We had 2,000 signatures that we sent in, people, and we could have had 2,000 more to say this means something to me and I am not isolated. I think our suicide rate, it's embarrassing for us to be up there at the top in this lovely place, okay? That we can open up turn the damn TV back on and put the chairs back for people to sit out there so that they're not isolated. This is horrible. We have about a person a week deciding this is too much and I can't do it anymore, okay? We are better than that, okay? And you have the control of that. And it's inexcusable and it's really illegal, okay, to do that to us, to isolate us. So that being said, please put the chairs back out there, as simple as something like that, so that people can come and sit with each other and say, I'm feeling at the end of my rope, okay? You know, you have the power to do that. It was taken away, okay? Please put simply the chairs back on the patio, okay?
Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you.
And
What's your-
what
what's
is
your
the manor number?
Yeah, what's your manor number?
2035.
2035. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Manny Freeland. He will be speaking on behalf of his mother, who is the owner inside the community.
Good morning. We have a technical issue in building 905, which my parents have a manor over there. This building is built on a hillside, so the elevation of the west side is about 8 to 9 feet higher than the west side. So whenever it rains, because of the lack of the drainage at the east side, the water goes to the dirt and comes from the other side of the building. And it is a real issue because it can make the hallways at the west side slippery, dirty, and ugly. And also it can make molds on the insulations, on the walls. So it's a health hazard. And the main thing that I'm concerned about is when the soil is oversaturated, it loses its capacity to hold the weight. And that's why the landslide happens. Landsliding is not my concern, but when we have passive pressure because of the amount of water on the gaps between the gravels and sands on the soil, it gets heavier and the resistance is lower, so it can cause a building deformation or collapse. And as an evidence, I took a picture and I sent it to the general manager. A piece of foundation is completely broken. It's not cracked. It's completely broken and it's split. So I just talked to the general manager. I sent some emails. They've done something. They just put some caution tapes and some sandbags, which is not going to work. And I told them doesn't have any good effect on that. Even it's worse because the sandbags can keep the water that it shouldn't be there. So we're going to have more moisture and we're going to have more water over there. And then they removed the insulation and they didn't replace it because they can't do it because it's still wet. But the main thing is that soil cannot have the its resistance against the weight of the building. That's why the foundation is broken.
Thank you.
What's your manor number? What's
905B as in boy.
905B? That's written right there. Okay.
And may I ask a question? Do you have any specialties? Because the way you talk and explain, I feel that you know about.
Yes, I'm a civil engineer since 1999, and
You are engineer.
Yes.
Okay, so that make difference to listen.
all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Anthony Console.
Hello, everyone, and thank you. I'm here because when we had the big rain, I was flooded, and my living room floor was full of water underneath. So, for me to handle that was the first time here, so I don't know all the rules.
Excuse me, can you talk louder? Can you hear? I cannot hear.
Because I'm
Maybe.
a little close.
Can
you hear me
remove
better?
the mask?
Better?
If you-
Or maybe
if you
without
take
mask
down the
because you
mask,
are around that.
Maybe we could understand.
Thank you.
better.
Is it better now?
Yeah.
I think so, right? Well, plus my English is a little bit broken, so.
That's okay, mine too.
Okay. So I had a severe water penetrating. I report everything. Everybody try very hard to help from the association. And they did had to change the entire wall in the living room facing south, where the window is, because there was a tree penetration from the roof leaking. They were able to fix it. They told me on the roof there was debris, huge amount of debris. It was not maintained regularly. So that caused the water not to go towards the downspout. It was sitting on the roof and create the moisture into the roof material, and it had created 3 little intrusion right on the roof. So it went through the wall, and the wall got all wet, so they had to replace it. So then we find out as we go along where the water penetrated to go under the floor. We find out that the whole land on the side of the house where the water penetrated was sloping toward the house. So the downspout and the cement that captured the water was leaning toward the house. So those houses the roof consists of 4 houses put together. There's a lot of water go on the roof. So the downspout create a lot of water. So because all the rain for 3 nights and 3 days, if you remember, it rained so hard. All the water didn't go in the ground very fast because there's a lot of clay, about a foot down. So it sits and went up and flooded the side of the house. No way to escape. Okay, between the downspout and all that. It created the penetration from underneath the wall foundation, which is like 6 inches above. And it was pretty severe, so they come and fix it. But the first time they just moved the stone that was underneath the downspout. They just moved 6 feet, didn't do anything. The slope was toward the house still. Second time they cut the gutter. They had another one and extended like 6 feet away. Still the slope is not there.
Excuse me.
So
Mayor.
the third time came.
Can you finish up? Because you're out of time. Can you finish up?
Sorry. So in other words, I end up with a lot of difficulty, and now I have the floor dismatched because they don't have the same floor. So I cannot repair just that area. So I have to do the whole house. And I've been painting for 3 weeks, and hope that they can consider that's not my fault, so they can cover the whole floor or participate with something.
And manual number? What is your manual number?
301, letter A, like apple. Yeah. Yeah.
301?
Pardon me?
Did you say 301?
Say it again.
301?
301, letter A. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for listening to me.
Next speaker is Diana Hafner.
Hi, I'm going to read this because I have so much to say that I don't think I'm going to be able to say it all in 3 minutes. So I'm at 309 Avenida Casilla. I purchased my home in 2015, and I began to see bubbles in the existing vinyl. Laguna Woods came and said it was condensation from the dirt under the foundation, and there isn't anything they can do or can do or will do about it. July of 21, it got worse, so I replaced my floors. When the contractor pulled the floors, it was totally wet, not just damp, but I have photos of standing water. So after I replaced the floors, and I had to pay extra for them to put a resin down so the water wouldn't keep coming and ruining my floors. But about 6 months after I replaced my floors, I started seeing buckling again. So I had the contractor come, they replaced a couple of boards, they said it's still wet underneath. 6 months later, I saw buckling in other areas, so I contacted Laguna Woods. They came out, 3 different people. Chris, with the meter, said, didn't see anything. Robert, the plumber, no problem. Scott Wolf came and looked at the buckling. he gave me 3 or 4 different excuses. He said the contractor didn't do a good job. He said the second excuse, he blamed the wear and tear on the floor. I said they're 1.5 years old. Third excuse was, well, maybe there was a leak behind you and it got to your unit. He said he will check into it, get back to me. He never did. I called him and I said, Scott, what's going on? Oh, it wasn't a problem with your unit. I said, well, what are you going to do? And he said, there's nothing we could do. He said, I didn't see buckling. And I said, what do you mean you didn't see it? So I made him come back. He came back. We went around in circles. His ending words were, number 1, our policy is if you've altered your floors, there's nothing we can do. Number 2, I don't see water. Nothing we can do. I said, but this is the second time the floors have been redone. And I just want to say, I'm a shareholder here. I don't own the land underneath. I don't own the building. I don't know what's going on, but I think somebody needs to come and help me. When, right before he left, he said, if Laguna Woods pulls up that floor and there's nothing underneath, are you going to reimburse us if there's no water? And I said, yes. And he rolled his eyes and kept walking. And I said, Scott, I told you, yes, I will reimburse you. And he kept walking out the door, and that was the last I heard from him. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
That's good.
Our next speaker is Julie Bagish.
Hello. Well, I'm glad to be here, but not for the problem that's occurred, and it's been occurring since we moved in. And it's called. I labeled it when I sent this to the administration. Excessive water in breezeway and entryway. Is with great concern that we report excessive water in the breezeway and entryway of 908A, Rhonda Sevilla. Since the last rains, there has been water everywhere on both floors. In the 8 years we've lived here, we have continually seen small amounts of the water coming back from the wall of the breezeway under the cabinets and along the doorways. Since the last heavy rains, the water was everywhere and really didn't go away. And I decided, when it stopped raining, we decided to check the breezeways on either side of our building. The building to the east side had a small amount of water near one of the doors, and the other one had no water. Perfectly clear after that rain. There are no drains for surface water and nothing for the gutters at 908. So water is a big problem collecting on all the flat surfaces as well as in the soil on the top of the garden areas where there's no drain for 908 building. This water creates health hazards as it spreads debris around the bottom level, which gets tracked into our homes. It can also create mold issues from the dampened conditions on the walls and crawl space. These heavy rains indicate new weather patterns which can erode our quality of life, and they probably won't go away. Combining this with the older building structures, the garden, earth, soil, and the crawl spaces is not a good substitute for the kind of soil that should, or kind of whatever they use in making buildings and backing them onto the earth. It becomes weakened, so there's no support structure eventually to hold the soil in place and in the crawl space. The building can possibly collapse, and an earthquake also would be worse in these conditions. When will Laguna Woods management take responsibility for these structural conditions? Because they can't control the weather, but they can control that, and we kindly ask your help in this manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robert Cunningham.
Hi. When I found out that United Board member Diane Casey referred to members of the Ad hoc Finance Committee as amateurs, I was taken aback, so I've come here to defend myself. There's no doubt that the other committee members, Allison, Ken, and Michael, 2 of whom are here today, have all had more professional investment experience than I have. but I am proud to have the opportunity to serve with them. I was also pleased to work with Lenny, Azar, Steve, and Erica. I moved to Laguna Woods in 2015. Before that, I lived in a condominium complex in Whittier for 30 years. For 20 of those 30 years, I was the treasurer of our HOA. Our funds were always fully federally insured, as they are now for United, because we knew that HOA money belonged to the homeowners and not the board. And unlike United, we never lost a cent. I've been the treasurer of the Rainbow Club since 2021. A couple years before that, I accepted the position of vice president of the Financial Forum. Jerry Slusowitz, the registered investment advisor who wrote the initial draft of our new investment policy, conducts those meetings at Clubhouse 7. In one of our ad hoc committee meetings that Diane happened to attend, she told Jerry, "You don't know what you're talking about." Jerry, who spent 10 years on the OC Treasury Advisory Committee after Orange County's bankruptcy in 1994, told Diane she was the one who didn't know what she was talking about. I haven't worked in over 16 years. My only debt is on a 5-year loan at 0% interest. The car is now worth twice the loan balance. My FICO score is 830. Also, my net worth this month is the highest it's ever been. But enough about me. Let's talk about Diane. One who would think someone who claims to be a successful CPA.
You know what? I'm gonna have to cut this off because this is an attack, and I'm not gonna allow attacks.
And
to
she
continue.
attacked
Okay, I
me.
understand. You've raised your point. You've made your point. I think it's well done. Thank you. Thank you.
And I will respond.
After all the speakers.
I will respond.
Okay, we'll wait till all the speakers are
An apology. I will apologize.
done. Okay, well, let's wait.
Thank you.
Let's wait till all the speakers.
Next speaker is Maxine McIntosh.
Only my left leg is 88 years old. The rest of me is right up here. Thank you very much. Such a pleasure to be here. By the time my husband and I were ready to choose a home in United, that was a long time ago, 1993. But we'll this summer go on to 30 years of living here. So we've seen a lot of changes, and we've learned a lot about what keeps the community as wonderful as it is. We thought back over what drew us into this community and this lifestyle. And we always remembered two things: the beauty of the whole area around where we lived, everything beautifully maintained. Whatever went wrong occasionally here, there, or elsewhere, the overall effect was gorgeous. And everybody who came to see us told us so. And the other thing was the shared cost concept, that we had hundreds of activities, hundreds, from which to choose. And of course, a lot of those activities today are club meetings, parties, that go on in the meeting rooms of the clubhouses. And since you practice oversight on GRF, I know you realize a lot of people in United are counting on you to be very conservative in advising GRF how to make up the difference they don't have apparently right now in covering the cost of the clubhouses. Some years ago, our CEO at that time, Brad, what was his last name? Johnson? Hunter? Hudson. This left ear is a little old too, but just the left ear and the left knee. Okay, Brad Hudson warned us in this room one day. He said, you know, it's costing me, on his budget that we gave to him, $3.5 million to give you golf for 1 year. $3.5 million. Think how awful it would be if just the people who played had to cover that expense. It would destroy it. The golf courses would go, which are a nice attraction for our village. A way of life for a lot of people would go. So I'm very concerned about sudden change in expenses being laid on just the people using this room or this room. I want us to protect shared costs. Shared costs means we all cover all of it, And then we have choices. We can always choose what we do this year, next year. I'm surprised at what my husband and I have done in the years we've lived here. Things I never thought we'd try, including bingo. I'm horrible at bingo. And it's wonderful. We want to protect that shared cost. So please be careful with what GRF wants to move ahead on. I know they're careful also, but we're really imploring you to look out for all of our village in letting anything destroy our shared cost concept. Thank you.
So we're going to have 3 emails I'm going to be reading. First one is from Gil Shuckman of 889Q. I am the owner of 898Q, which is on Ronda Sevilla. The railing and floor of my balcony have not been repainted since, I believe, 2014 when the entire building was done. Both are looking fairly shabby and could use a repaint. Thank you. Next one is from Alice Feinstein of 21A Alpha. My manor, 21A, Avenida Castilla, is the original everything. My parents purchased this manor around 1985. The ceiling, heating, and the original air conditioner are still functional, but they are not very energy efficient. Can they be updated? My electric bills are very high. Also, my manor has 4 steps to get to the front door. Mine is the only manor in the building that has no cement path toward the front door. I need it to be walker/wheelchair accessible. Can this be arranged? Thank you. And this last email is from N.C. Carlson of Manor 303A. This constitutes United member objection to GRF use of flashing red lights on stop signs in Laguna Woods Village. On information and belief, GRF plan is to put these throughout the village, and phase 1 cost exceeds $43,000. That's approximately $2.70 we could return to the membership, reducing their monthly HOA dues. The purpose and use of such signs is completely unwarranted, unnecessary, represents an architectural eyesore and annoyance to residents in manors near the signs, and an overwhelming waste of member money without cause, basis, or mutual members' approval. All stop signs in the United States are uniformly painted bright red and coated with reflective paint which illuminates in dark and when struck by headlights, and have proved quite effective instructions to drivers throughout the country. I hosted an event over the recent holiday and was subjected to joke after joke about Laguna Woods Village residents being so informed they actually needed red flashing billboard stop signs. If a particular stop sign in a particular dark location needs incremental lighting, I suggest VMS go to Home Depot, purchase a solar light available for under $15, and stick it in the ground and aim it towards the sign. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so responses to open forum speakers. Diane, go ahead.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this a lot because I made a comment last month which was incorrect. You know, I said that, well, I don't want to say it again because I don't want to say it because it's not true. The ad hoc committee met and came up with a recommendation. That recommendation was delivered well in the meeting. The assembly came that were interested in that selling of the bonds, the investments, and Allison Bach, who is a professional. She has credentials. She's worked for many organizations. She was her client was Seal Beach, Laguna, Leisure World Seal Beach during a downturn in the economy. They went over the policy and made their recommendation, and it was delivered well. And I am sorry I implied that. But Robert Cunningham, as he said, you know, had his credentials. And so I responded badly to what was said before I made my comment. So I apologize, and I would just ask that our board does not interfere with GRF making their decisions and using their professionals to come up with their plan on their investments. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Any other, Mary?
So I just have a response to a couple of these. Ms. Romano, I think, has spoken a couple times about the drop-in lounge, but I walk almost every day and stop at the drop-in lounge, and it's never been closed as far in the last year and a half. There may have been a day or two if there was some repair work, but it's wide open. I sign in every time I go in. I know it's open. The TV's always on. There's chairs around the TV. There's chairs on the patio unless they're cleaning it and they put them off to the side, but they're still there. So I'm a little confused to the comment that the drop-in lounge is closed because it's always open. And if you go, a lot of times there's free donuts. So that's just one other, it offsets my walk. I have a concern about the drainage issues that have all come up, and I think, Siobhan, you're going to address all of those, correct?
I'm going to address a few of them, and the other ones our staff has picked up this morning, and we'll run with those.
Perfect. So we can get some sort of feedback on everybody. The rain has been unbelievable. I've been gone a lot of the time when it was here, but I hear it from a lot of residents. The rain was just unbelievable, and it was hard to keep up with leaks that never appeared before or drainage problems that never appeared before. As far as the Diane Hoffner about the floor, I would like the slab issue addressed, and I don't know, I've had another resident who has come to me about, they had a problem with water in their slab and drains outside, and they were told, this is third hand, okay, that it was their responsibility. And I said, okay, I have no details. I can get you the number, and then I think I did actually send that to you last week. But anyway, yeah, we'll follow up.
Excuse me, can I leave this? Because I have photos of my slab with cracks and water.
You can leave that with, I guess, with Siobhan.
Thank you.
And then the costs of GRF. We aren't GRF, but we are all part of GRF. And I saw one of the rate grids, and there are some groups that have 5 people that show up and play cards, or they have a very small group. And for the rents to go up, in some instances, not all, 400% is kind of over the top. So when a group meets, that is our one of our highlights when we have people that move in, of all the different groups that we have, all the different clubs we have, and to make the fees so that people can't meet because they're not collecting anything, or they might collect $1 or $2 from 6 or 7 people, but the rent's going to be $16, $17 every time you use it. It makes it unavailable for those people to meet. And I would like it to be reconsidered that if GRF feels that they want to increase rates, how about looking at kinds of events when the baby boomers meet, or there's a dance or a dinner dance or something, that maybe that goes up a little bit more to help offset those groups that there's only a handful of people that meet. And they may meet regularly, but when the rent goes up like that, they're not going to meet. So those are the things that I needed to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane. Yeah.
I'll go after.
Okay, Maggie, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to say that when we have resident volunteers on committees and things, particularly on an ad hoc committee, I would like to see their resume. We get only a snap, a couple of lines of resume. The board members don't get a full resume. And so we don't know the background. I am really impressed by the backgrounds I've heard today, and I'm really impressed when I look some of these people up online, but I didn't know. We don't know because the ad hoc committee report is so short. It just kind of gives us a couple of highlights or something, and so we don't know. And in the past, some people have been experts, but they were experts like 40 years ago in the field. And so it made a huge difference on what they contributed to the committees. But now our people are more active and still active. And so I suggest when we have ad hoc members that we see a more complete resume so that we don't misunderstand. I'm also desperately, this is kind of odd, because originally the plan was for the village to be ended at 2024. And with all the water damage that we're having and everything else, right? This just seems bizarre that may have been a very good idea. However, it's been now extended 60 years. So it's going to go on forever until it can end any time the boards all get together and decide. But anyway, that's just kind of, I am truly upset by the flood damage. We have 50-year-old buildings here, and it's going to be desperately expensive for us to handle them. I hope our insurance covers some of this. I'm sure we'll look into it. The stories, I'm sure, are true. I don't question the stories at all. I just have no idea what we can do, but we will have to manage as best we can. I do think the stop signs are important. We wouldn't need the flashing stop signs if our residents stopped, right? We have them come to court here, and they're, oh, I didn't do it, and then we play the film, and they just say, oh, I've never, and so I'm thinking, maybe you're unconscious while you're driving. You're going over your grocery list or whatever it is. But our members are running the stop signs. How do we make them stop? Well, an option is to put speed bumps in the village. Nobody wants those. Speed bumps. So then there are other things we can do. The flashing stop signs are what I see the most noticeable, especially at night. They're very good, even in the daytime. They alert you. They just, it's like a little twig. You see it. I doubt if anyone is really disturbed in their building by that, but they might be, and in which case, put curtains up or something, or look somewhere else. Plant a prettier bush to look at or something like that. I think the safety of our residents is the most important thing, and I think the enforcement of the stop sign is crucial. We don't have enough personnel to station somebody at every stop sign and to video. So we're doing what we can do. We have choices, but the easiest way would be for people to quit breaking the law. It's unforgivable outside, and it must be even more unforgivable inside, because we are a fragile population. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maggie. Siobhan, did you?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to update a few things that were brought up this morning. First of all, the recreation room rental fees have been recalculated, and a revised proposal will be presented at the CAC meeting on Thursday afternoon at 1:30 p.m. And the agenda is posted on the website if interested. With regard to building 905B, gutters and diverters are scheduled to be installed in the near future, as well as a structural evaluation has been completed, There is a cracked pilaster under the building that will soon be replaced. Temporary shoring will be put in place to support the existing floor beams. Please note that even though the pilaster is cracked, there are no structural issues with the building. So that's all in the works, and I believe the resident has been updated to that. And then with respect to Ms. Feinstein at 21A, she had questions about heat and a ramp request. The best thing to do is to have our MNC staff reach out to her, and we will do that. That's already in the works when we received her email request. Similarly, Mr. Schuckman at 898Q has concerns with balcony paint and top coat. That is being evaluated by maintenance staff as well, and appropriate action will be taken depending on what is found in that analysis. And then a number of other water intrusion issues were brought up, and we will make sure that those are handled in an expeditious fashion if they're not in progress already. So thank you.
Azar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, today reports, it was a warning for all of us, an eye-opening. 3 major issues came from the water and building. And that makes us very, very careful about, we are in the middle of budgeting, how we should budget to really put aside for this kind of things. And this is only one time that came this kind of rain. We don't know next year we have more than this or not, and how many is coming. So today, I am so happy that you came, and it was because we are in the budgeting, and we have to be very, very careful and spending money in the essential things. That a building, the structure building is cracking, that's a big deal. And rather than spending money on the fancy things, nothing wrong, but fancy comes always second to the structure of the building as a flashing stoplight. Talking about GRF, somebody says, let GRF do what they want to do. Please understand, every single member is a member of GRF. GRF is not something that's separate from everyone and only GRF. Even the board member in GRF is from United or Third. Basically, we all have 2 people, United people, Third people, of course, Tower including. But of course, we should have a work and talk on GRF because we are paying to GRF. Where the money of GRF comes that is spent on those light on a stoplight from you and me, we are paying for that. That is more important, or spending in luxury things for the, I don't get wrong, I like luxury, but paying for the clubhouse one, for lots of things that decoration and all of these compared to a structure. So we can just charge residents a small, reasonable amount. So that reasonable amount that we charge as HOA, we should decide it how we divide it and give it to them. So I do not agree. I agree that everybody comes to GRF board, and it's not that we should leave them alone. And there is no alone. We are mingling together with GRF, and today you will see in each stock is going to write down your United Third and a member of GRF. So you have a right to go to GRF and say your word. The last things I think I write down, yes, about share cost that Maxi said. My dear, I understand, and I am not agree with 400% up for the, especially some of them only 4 or 5 people getting together. How they can afford that? And they already pay HOA for this one, and then they put extra is a little bit hard. But at the same time, I am thinking a lots of this money, if it comes from the shareholder to these kind of things, then how we can cover for a structure? If a building collapses, we're not talking about $10 or $20. And everybody must pay for that building that collapsed, and then pay it. So be careful. Should we pay $3, $4 right now, or pay one a special assessment at $1,000 to everyone. So it's juggling. Which one is better for you? So we have to think about that a little bit more careful with two-day board meeting that we have. I look forward to see if Third has this problem or their building has this problem, then we should really get together for this. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. So I wanted, go ahead, Diane. Diane, go.
Yeah, just a quick one on the flashing red lights. I drove through Gate 1 the other day, and I was glad to see that the flashing red lights aren't offensive. It's not like you go into John Wayne Airport and see those yellow flashing signs telling you what to do. The flashing lights were asked for by the visually impaired because people are doing the California, not really a stop. And it's also to warn people that don't know our community that come in and drive fast and don't stop. So I don't see that they're offensive. I drove around to the different stop signs. I don't know if it really shows up in somebody's house, but that they'd have to come and talk to people about it. But anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. So I just have a few points. One of them is we are having more problems with our foundations, with our roofs because of all the recent rains. And it's probably going to continue as our buildings age. And we have to look at this as a serious budget issue that we have to deal with, as Azar was saying. But more specifically, regarding the four cases that we listened to, the four major cases that we listened to, there was 905B, 301A, 908A, and 309F. Some of them are very, very serious issues. And what I heard was there's a serious problem with communications to make sure that we need to follow up with these specifically, these four customers who came to our board meeting. And I'd like to request, Shaban, if you could, by the next meeting, if you could give us a written report of that these four specific requests were dealt with, and we can read at the next meeting how they were resolved. And we could, and I know you've already started that process, but we'd like to do that so we could follow up with them at the next meeting.
Absolutely.
If we could do that. And the other issue that I heard throughout some of them was that there was it seemed like there was some rudeness or non-professional behavior. Now, there's always two sides to a story. So I just want to be sure that our employees are treating our residents with respect when they do the work and when they go out. And for the most part, I'm sure they do. But we heard that time and time again. And I just want to be sure that you make that clear to the employees that they treat our residents with a high level of professionalism.
Yes, very well. Thank you.
That's all that I have. Anyone else have anything? Cash.
I am glad that somebody brought up a point about suicide rates. If we can get any programs with a new person coming in on social social position, maybe we can have some classes or maybe we can have some series of lectures or whatever, because people as they get old and lose their partners do have problems. Maybe we can try to help some of these people. Thank you.
And I'll be happy to provide a list of what we have currently available and get social services thoughts on this and share it with the board at the next meeting.
Also wanted to thank Diane Casey for her apology that she made. It was very sincere, and I do appreciate it very much. Thank you. And so next item is the 8B, which is response to past open forum speakers. And Allison Bach, do you have a report you'd like to present?
Thanks, President Ross, and thank you, VMS staff, for the research that you did on these prior issues from last month's meeting. Ms. Romano, again, last month brought up her issues about harassment and the drop in TV lounge, as well as the suicide rate. And I think that's been addressed again today about the situation there. The response from Director Blackwell last month was also relevant, that this is not the right forum, and she encouraged her to attend the CAC meeting on this issue. Mr. John Kefferly in 11A was concerned about insulation in the roofs as new roofs are being applied, and his recommendation was received. The flat roof question was answered in the January United Board meeting. Per Manuel Gomez, our M&C director, the flat roof replacement will also include appropriate insulation as part of the installation. Manny Armendariz had a number of issues that he brought forward last month. One was concerning the replacement of trash bins, those overlarge trash bins that a lot of people can't get into. Robert Carroll, General Service Director, said the low-profile bins are not available on the market. They have to be engineered, essentially, and CR&R is doing that with retrofitting items with special metal lids, casters, and welding them together. Sounds like a big project. There is a big backlog on this, and CR&R is working through this plan. They hope to complete it this month of April. He also talked about his landscaping issue, about the dying lawn. Kurt Wyman recommended that he consider the fact that we have essentially a flood on top of a drought situation, which makes it very, very difficult on turf. But Mr. Armendariz had been given seed and mulch to do it himself, as he preferred to do the reseeding. He also mentioned that his shrub bed has not been maintained since September, despite what the schedule dictates. And again, landscape staff checked the records and found that they had been there October 29th, scheduled to be back on the 29th of January, but you know what happened, it rained, so no service that day, unfortunately. He also mentioned that our wonderful creek is a mess in his view. And the crew had just been in there the week of March 14th to clear out cattails and debris. The cattails are not removed from the central channel of the creek, only from the sides, as they are important to the health of the stream of the creek. The creek maintenance crew can only remove large trash items that might accumulate after floods, and regular quarterly maintenance of the creek is scheduled to start on the 24th of April, so next in a couple of weeks. Our last speaker was Andre Tong of 118B. Andre apologized to the board for his outburst from last month's meeting, and Director Tuning commented that he appreciated Mr. Tong's apology. And that is the recap from last month. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Allison. Okay, the next is VMS report from Director Robledo.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Great to be here. Just give you a little update of what's going on at VMS, our property manager. First slide, please. Oh, okay. Well, we're looking at ways to make the board more relevant and more efficient and provide input to the staff and the CEO. And one of the things that we've done as a board is we've created an executive committee of 4 members of the board that can meet more frequently than our monthly meetings and provide direction and prioritization to the CEO on a regular basis. And we've given them some delegated powers to do so, to do those kinds of things. The members of the board that were elected were the officers of the corporation, which are Rosemary DeLorenzo, Wei Ming, both from 3rd, Diane Phelps from GRF, and then since there was no United member as the officer, then we had one United member elected, which was Dan Kenny. So those are the 4 members of our executive team, and they've been meeting in between board meetings, and it seems to be functioning pretty well. One of the things that they also do is they're the liaison, they're the communicator. When the board wants to do something, then they provide the individual direction to the CEO and the follow-up. Another thing that they've been delegated is the establishment of salaries for executive staff and for the corporation. Some things are confidential, and it's best not to spread them around too much. So they've been given the formal delegation to do that. Of course, the salaries are within the budget set by the mutuals, by United, but within the budgets, the salaries have to be looked at by someone, and instead of 9 people doing it, then it's a 4-people committee. So that was something that happened within the last month or 2. Next slide, please. So this is something that came up. It was a solicitation of Bright Ideas. It's a Bright Ideas program, and it was approved by the board, and it's already paying dividends. So we had our first award come out last board meeting. We had one of our employees come up with a savings, a different way to calculate franchise tax, in that it'll save us $20,000 a year. And being that she works with it every day, that's the best place for the ideas to come, is people that know what can be done better. In this case, it turned out it was a way of calculating it based on a net value versus a gross value. Both could work, but this is a way that's legal, and it provides savings to our community. For this recognition, the person received $1,000. So we saved $20,000 and we gave back $1,000. It's a good deal, and we're encouraging more of it. And there are a few more in the hopper, so it's working very well. Go ahead, next slide, please. As you know, many of you participated in the strategic planning effort, and this is a brief update on things that are coming up with that regard. One of our first objectives would be attract and retain quality staff. And one of the things that we've done is there's the Integrated Resources Institute that provides staffing of disadvantaged workers that are available to work, and it's actually, I believe, no cost to the village, but we can put them together and find relevant tasks for them to do for their well-being and contribution, but it also saves us the need to have a paid staff person in that role. So that's going to be in place by May 1st. The other thing that we've done is for facilitating operational excellence and sustainability. One of the things that the executive is doing is doing a company-wide top-down review of all departments, all sections, for opportunities to reduce staffing from the budget. A lot of times we hold vacancies in anticipation that we might need that job, and maybe we don't. So if we can eliminate the vacancy, then we can eliminate it from the budget and save our HOA dues from paying into that vacancy and not needing that person. So we expect that report by May 1st, and that would coincide with the budget process. Next slide, please. Work with boards to maintain financial stability and longevity of the village. So by August 1st, they're going to identify non-value-added activities. And having worked in industry for a long time before my retirement, I can tell you as a staff member, I've had to do things that didn't appear to add any value. I used to call it fake work, because you produce a report that no one reads, or you do something that no one cares about. So we've actually put it out to the staff to provide ideas for that kind of thing, to eliminate that and free up their time to do something more productive, or what I call real work instead of fake work. Hopefully that'll pay dividends in that if we can be more efficient, then we may not have to fill the vacancies that we were talking about. Provide excellent customer service. We, right now the calls are commingled, so as people call in, it's not tracked whether it's the first time they called or a follow-up call. So they've taken some steps to do that, so we can see. Hopefully, we don't need a follow-up call. You just call once and it gets handled. But this is a tracking mechanism to go along with the efficiency. So once you start tracking it, it'll get better. And I have some examples of that for the next slides. Okay, so KPI means key performance indicators. So as I said, as board members, we're not in the weeds. We don't really know the absolute details, but we still want our pulse on what's going on. So key performance indicators is a method for boards to do that, because you can see how many things are getting done and how long it's taking to do things, and then you can ask questions about certain areas that appear out of whack. So here's an example of, and by the way, I asked for this. In your packet, you have a complete report of these activities with the trends. So you can see the trends, but I'll just report on what they are. But they're here for your reading pleasure, and they're available on a monthly basis. They're coming to the VMS board. So the first one would be staff performance objective. So staff performance objective is kind of what we're expecting as good performance. So if they're at or above that, then it's okay. You just focus on the parts that are below the staff performance objective. So as far as recruiting goes, with 800 employees, it seems like 50, if we have a vacancy of 50, people are always turning over. With 50 or less, then that's actually doing pretty well. Right now, we have 79 vacancies. And a lot of it has to do with opportunities outside the village, with higher salaries, with minimum wage going up, and being able to work at McDonald's as a manager for $25. We are losing, but we're doing our best to address that and keep people and recruit people. We've added a recruiter to bring people in. So as an example, we do have 79 vacancies, but we actually had 20 hires. So 20 people were hired the last month, but then we had 5 people leave. But it's like a bathtub. You just want to cut the drain. You have more going in than going out. So the trend is pretty good. The trend is improving, but we still have work to do because we have 79 and our goal is 50 vacancies. The next one would be with regard to the activities that we sponsor, like the dinners, the Easter dinner or the Easter brunch, the Thanksgiving. There was a dance that was put on by GRF. Our goal is for those to be break even, so that the people who buy tickets will pay for the cost of it. And it's not perfect because some things are valuable, like for I think it's the Grandparent Day, or maybe it's so valuable that you don't have to. So it's not an absolute rule, but it's a goal to break even. And the dance that was put on, and we're looking at the attendees, whether people like it, and also the cost versus expense. So some things are done better by the clubs, and some things are done better than GRF. The dance that was put on was very fun. I actually attended it, but similar things are put on by Boomers or the big clubs out there, like Chicago Club. So we're keeping an eye on that. So it's keeping an eye on expenses versus costs. Real estate closings. The goal is 20 days. We're pretty close. Last in February was 22 days, so we want 20 days so that we can not hold up sales. Next slide, please. Okay, as far as customer service goes, the statistics for customer service are pretty standard. We're all customers. We all call places, so we want minimum hold times, and we want to be able to, the calls are answered before people hang up. So those are some of the things that are tracked. So we want 90% or greater answered. In February is 89%. So there's still room for improvement there. We have hold time of 3 minutes or less. In February it was 3 minutes 26 seconds. For manner alterations, we wanted 2 minutes or less because there's less calls, and with that, it was actually better than the staff objective. It was 1 minute 36 seconds. Walk-in time, 7 minutes is about the same. We actually met the goal, and walk-in customer transaction time is about 6 minutes. We actually met that goal too. So that's a flavor of what's going on as far as the staff. The other thing in your packet would be that the tickets. So if you have a maintenance ticket, and how many are resolved within 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, and all the different tickets are there. I didn't want to put that up here, but that's being tracked too. Last slide, please. So just two more things. We have a customer service improvement plan. It's a common theme that residents' calls are not acknowledged, and it's a continuous focus of the board on that to improve that. And one of the things that we put in place is an escalation method for, this is for things that aren't getting resolved properly, and they get escalated to the general manager's office. This is different than just general communication, which we're addressing as well. And then finally, we have an opportunity with the union contract expiring to make some improvements with the conditions and hopefully hold the salaries down to a reasonable level so we can continue working. So that's my report. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
First of all, thank you so much. It was a complete report. I have a few questions. Number one, are you actively looking for the number of staff in each department? Because I am in the finance, every month we receive that we are 86 people vacancy, and this is not for 1 month. It's about 2 years that I am there. But the whole community is running. I mean, is those vacancy is really affecting? Is those 86 when there is vacancy, that means half of the community should not get service? But we're not seeing that one. So are you actively watching that, what's going on with this vacancy? Maybe at one time that department needs 3, but is it still needs 3 or not? Even last year, I remember in the budgeting, I think it was a performance that says we need 700, if I am correcting, well, excuse me for a few up and down. If we are a 780 staff, but we are budgeting 740. Well, if you are budgeting 740 and not budgeting 40, let's say we have 740, and if you need it later, then add it. We never say no. Kurt came here other time, I mean, in the budgeting and said, I need one more person for one of the department. Everybody agree, and we put it. If they need it, but when they don't need it, please delete it. They be there to say we don't need it, and we have no objection to add it later. That's number one, if you continue pushing that one from the United representative there. Number two, how evaluate a staff that is expert in the job that they are doing? Is there any evaluation? For example, if a staff coming to my unit and says there is no problem, I cannot see, and then the next staff comes and find the problem, Is there any possibility you go to that staff and say why you didn't see this one if you are not qualified and find another one? Because I know we are in shortage, but because we are shortage doesn't mean whoever apply we should grab it and give healthcare and all of these attachment of related job, but they don't know what to do. And it's not because everybody put that shirt of Laguna Wood here, that means they're expert. But I wanted to know if you don't mind to bring for us, what is the evaluation of the staff for the job that they are doing? And the last one is if a ticket, for example, not complete, and then the next one comes and complete, I ask during the budget time, is this a 2 tickets or 1 ticket? I was told that it's 1 ticket for one job. For example, the faucet is not working. If 3 times come in different times, in the budget, person says is 1 ticket. I went to my records, and I saw for one reason there was 2 different number ticket. I am guessing, I'm not expert. If different ticket, that means 2 tickets, because the ticket was different. So in that case, we can bring the number of the tickets down if we can do it from the first time rather than coming over. I appreciate if you just follow this one.
Absolutely, and I agree with you on all 3,
Okay.
and I've been pushing, we've been pushing all 3, but I could give a quick response. The top-down review of the staff was a direction from the board, and now the CEO and the staff is doing that to do exactly what you said, is to get rid of the vacancies or repurpose them. For the departments that are short, they might be able to repurpose the person, but get it to a more efficient level. As far as competencies, the best way to do that is what we witnessed today, having a specific incident, and then doing an investigation and providing training or discipline or whatever would require. Because from a board level, we're not the managers, so we interface with the CEO, but we don't interact directly with the staff. But when we get reports that are very specific, we can hold their feet to the fire and provide the training and discipline that would improve things. Yeah. What was the last point? Sorry.
The last one, the ticket.
The tickets, yeah. I mentioned that earlier, that they're separating them. And the goal is to only have 1 ticket and not have any people call back for the same issues. Thank you, then.
Yes, thank you.
Anthony, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Director Robledo, I'd just like to give my opinion on this labor contract. We have a very benign contract. And what people don't know is these small locals can't afford an economist, they can't afford lawyers, so they go to the LA Labor Council. And that's where they get their marching order, so to speak. And our contract is very benign. And I've dealt with labor contracts all my life. These people aren't even guaranteed a 40-hour week. We can dismiss them with 6 hours pay. I mean, there's no guarantee there. So I'd like to caution VMS, when you go into the contract, be aware of the fact that we right now have a benign contract. And we could get Teamsters on us, we could get the electricians on us, and carpenters if we're not careful. And I'm not telling you what to do, but be aware of all those things. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your comment, and we will consider it. But this is best not to be negotiated in public. But I think your comments are well taken. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, very good presentation. I enjoyed I was glad to see some of the information you brought forward. I too had the same experience in industry where a report that has been there for 20 years and nobody looks at it, but this person's job is to generate this report. So with the new computer software coming in, then we have the opportunity that people are going to start generating all these reports because, oh, I would like to see this, I'd like to see that, which is fine. But I would suggest that annually, that same rigorous effort is put in, that you go around and say, okay, now evaluate the reports we've been doing, especially since we're starting to do new ones, that annually everybody can come in and say, you know, I did need this at the beginning, I don't need this anymore, I see it on a different report, or it doesn't satisfy what I need, or so forth, so that we don't get down the rabbit hole of that eventually the number of reports that start to be generated are make everyone or certain people's job just generating reports, and that who's looking at them. So I think annually that would be a good thing to do. The second thing is on KPI reporting. Average does not give you a good number. Mode would give you a good number because average can say 2227, the average number, the average amount of time on a call is whatever, add that up and divide by the number. But mode gives you the number of minutes that is mostly what somebody is sitting on. Both numbers are okay to use, but mode gives, like, if I say 3 minutes, which would not be the average, but 3 minutes is what is happening mostly, makes me feel better. And it's more realistic. Where if someone's, because you can have a call that could take 20 minutes, you made your average really high, and it can get discouraging. So maybe report both numbers, and maybe not the word mode because people may not know, but the amount of time that most people sit on the phone and the average might be a better reflection of the number of minutes. But it's a good report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, once again, the resident portal is the way to go. The resident portal is the way to go. I could say that 52 times, and I hope one person hears me every single time, because the resident portal is the way to go. You can write your ticket up at 2:30 in the morning like I do. You can get a response immediately at 8:30 or 9 in the morning when someone comes into the office. You don't have to fuss about it. You don't have to worry about the number of it. It's all right there. So we need to publish that and say it over and over again. The resident portal is the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane.
Yeah, thank you for your report. And I just want to say from my experience of living here 18 years, you know, I've never really had a complaint that wasn't addressed. And lately I've been, you know, using either the admin, you know, place to come in to talk, and I always get chosen quickly. So, and then on the phones, you know, Monday morning is not a good time to call, you know, because everybody's waiting all weekend. So eventually we will have a system that will do a callback, which a lot of other companies use. You know, if you call and you don't want to wait on the phone, you give them the number, or they know the number, and they'll call you back. So I think it's great. I just had a problem with the broadband, and they walked me through my problem quickly. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. It was a great report. I have a few questions too.
Okay, good.
One is, I understand Tony's point that our union is a very benign union, but there's always efficiencies that can be worked out through discussions with the union. For example, union contract typically has certain employees doing specific functions. And an example might be a landscape person may be only allowed to mow the lawns. I'm just making this up. I don't know what's in our contract. And maybe they're not allowed to prune or weed or do other things like that. Maybe we can look into broadening the abilities of some of our jobs so that they could include more than one thing. And this is typically my complaint with unions. They're just specialized on very, very specific details. And if we could have people do 2 or 3 different jobs, we build in efficiencies. So I'm hoping that you can come back to us, and Shaban too, with what you've been able to discuss with the unions and the results of the discussions, because I know it comes up in November and you're preparing for that. But I'm hoping maybe at the next board meeting you could give us some kind of initial idea where we are with that.
We're actually having our initial visit with you this afternoon in closed session.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And then it was mentioned also about the department reviews, and I know that's part of the process, is to go through department by department, and wherever possible, if we do have an efficiently run department that's currently providing all the services to our residents, maybe they don't need to add the additional 2 or 3 people that are currently open. And I know you're looking at that now, and you'll probably be providing us a report May 1st, I think Manny said. So we're looking forward to seeing that. The two other things that weren't mentioned, and I think it would be a good topic to bring up maybe at another meeting, maybe at the next month's meeting, is what's being done to train our employees and cross-training beyond what's currently being assigned. How are they cross-trained so that if someone's out in a department, someone else can take over their responsibilities? Because we run very lean, and it would be interesting for me, and I think for our other directors, to hear what types of training are being done by VMS and our HR department on cross-training. And the second issue is succession planning, and what's being done to plan when department managers leave our operation or key people within our department leave. What's being done to plan for succession planning? I think that would be an interesting topic to take up and look at, and how we're planning for the future. So I would suggest you consider those topics for subsequent meetings.
Okay, will do.
Thank you. Next is our CEO report.
Thank you. Honorable President, members of the board, I have a quick presentation this morning. I wanted to highlight key ways our residents can stay informed. We hear oftentimes that people didn't know something was happening, and I just want to touch on those key points this morning. First off, What's Up in the Village is sent every Friday via email to nearly 17,000 recipients. Residents may subscribe by going to lagunawoodsvillage.com. Can you please go to the next slide? I'm sorry. lagunawoodsvillage.com, and then click on the Contact Us icon in the top right-hand corner. Next slide, please. And then you scroll to the bottom, complete all fields, and request subscription to Village emails and alerts. So that will keep you in touch with our weekly e-blast every Friday. Next slide, please. Residents may also subscribe to board email updates. As you know, the United Board sends regularly monthly email updates targeted specifically to their Housing Mutual members. Third Mutual does this as well, and GRF has started sending monthly updates. To subscribe specifically to these messages, use the website form shown on the last slide, or send a message to info@vmsinc.org, simply indicating your willingness to receive these emails from the boards. Next slide, please. Please remember, to receive communications, you must subscribe. Having your email address on file with Resident Services does not subscribe you to the weekly e-blast. You must opt in. Next slide, please. Also, you may check for the latest news on the Village website. If you go to lagunawoodsvillage.com and then select the News tab and News Home, you will see the most up-to-date information on what's happening in the Village. Next slide, please. Regular news updates are also posted on Facebook. Please see the Laguna Woods Village account, and you can check out the latest information and like this page to get regular updates in your own Facebook feed. Next slide, please. As you know, GRF United and Third boards meet the first, second, and third Tuesday respectively of each month at 9:30 a.m. To view the board and committee meeting schedule, this is available on lagunawoodsvillage.com. You select the calendars tab and then all governance boards calendar, and you will see a listing of all the governance meetings. Next slide, please. To attend virtual board or committee meetings, look for the Zoom meeting link in the open forum section of the respective board or committee agenda posted to lagunawoodsvillage.com. Again, this is under calendars and all governance boards. Click on the link a few minutes prior to the meeting to launch Zoom, then select Launch Meeting when prompted. No password or registration is required. Next slide, please. You may also view meetings via Granicus, and this is available at lagunawoodsvillage.com under the Meetings tab. Meetings are listed by date with the most recent at the top. Please click View Event to watch the meetings and view the agenda documents, or click Agenda to see the documents and backup materials. Next slide, please. The GRF United and Third monthly board meetings are aired live on Village TV on their respective Tuesday at 9:30 a.m. All board meetings are replayed on TV6 the following Thursday at 1:30 p.m., as well as the following week on Wednesday at 6 p.m. Next slide, please. You can also view the meeting recordings on YouTube. If you visit the Village's homepage on lagunawoodsvillage.com, you simply select the red arrow, which takes you to the Village YouTube channel. Next slide, please. To receive Code Red emergency notifications, residents are encouraged to subscribe to Code Red. Again, this is on the homepage at lagunawoodsvillage.com. Simply click the red icon in the top left-hand corner that is circled on the screen before you. Scroll to the bottom and open the drop-down menus to complete all fields. And this will connect you to our emergency notification system. And that is my update this morning. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Siobhan. Yeah, Mary.
Thank you. That was good. I like that. Okay. I have a question. So as I was thinking about my question, I thought, well, maybe it's not the right thing to do, but when they go to the subscribe screen, which was your slide 4, could it be just to consider that you have check boxes at the bottom that you would say Code Red, United, GRF, and Third, that people could check those boxes and get put on all those mailing lists? Now, as I thought of it, I thought, but what do you do if you're already subscribed to like what's in the Village and now you go here? Is it going to cause an issue? So
I will check on that, and certainly for the new website that is under development, that may be a better place for that. But you can simply, on this page, include your intentions in the comment box.
Oh, okay.
But
Perfect.
that does seem like a much more efficient option.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Siobhan.
President Ross, we do have a member comment. Dick Rader.
Good morning, Dick Rader, 270D. Siobhan, what an excellent presentation. I'm hoping you're planning to put that in the breeze.
Thank you, Dick.
Okay, next is number 9. I'm sorry. Where are we at here? Okay. Number 11, consent calendar. So all the matters listed under the consent calendar, A through F, are recommended for action by committees and will be enacted by the board by one motion. In the event that an item is removed from the consent calendar by members of the board, such items shall be subject of further discussion and action by the board. So is there a motion to change any of the items on the consent calendar, or remove or approve the consent calendar?
I make a motion to approve these.
Approve them as is.
I second it.
Is there a second? Maggie seconds it, okay. Okay, so the consent calendar is approved without change. Okay, item 12, unfinished business. Entertain a motion to adopt 2023 United Investment Policy, March initial notification, 28-day notification for member review and comments to comply with Civil Code 4360 has been satisfied. Is this an item we need to read or just make a motion to approve?
Secretary should read it. It's page 15 out of 16 in item 12A. Item 12A, if you go bottom. It's
12A, United.
it's here. I'll give it to you. Can you read it this?
Oh, page 15 of 16. Yeah, it's a pink page.
Resolution 01-23-XX, United 2023 Investment Policy. Whereas on February 28, 2023, the United Finance Committee approved the United 2023 Investment Policy with a purpose to provide guidelines and limitations for the responsible management of cash available for investment, which applies to all financial assets of United, including all cash and investment accounts, both discretionary and non-discretionary. And whereas that all investments on behalf of this corporation must be made with the underlying principles in the following order of priority. 1, safety, 2, liquidity, where applicable, and 3, yield. And whereas it is the policy of United to invest members' monies in a manner which will provide the maximum security of principal while meeting the cash flow needs of United. In addition, these investments must conform to all state of California statutes governing the investment of common interest developments monies. Every effort must be made to match maturities to known cash flow needs. Now, therefore, be it resolved on April 11th, 2023, that Board of Directors of this corporation hereby approves the United 2023 Investment Policy as attached, and resolved further the Resolution 01-19-87, adopted on November 12th, 2019, is superseded and canceled. Further, resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution.
I make a motion to adopt 2023 United Investment Policy.
Is there seconded by Allison? Okay, any discussion? Diane.
Yeah, I would like to discuss, one of the issues that I've been bringing up is that we need to have a third-party professional money manager. And it appears to me in this policy that we're looking at right now that we're going to let our VMS Director of Financial Services administer this investment policy, and that they were supposed to make a choice on a third party, and I don't see that that's been happening. I still see that the VMS Director is buying the treasuries, or his department is buying the treasuries, and he's doing that for United, he's doing that for Third. This is not what his job is. I think we need to have a professional who can get the best rates, using a brokerage firm that has a lot of staff that can keep up with what we need to have as treasuries under the direction of the board. So that is my problem with this. Unless I hear something else, I have a problem with it.
Thank you. We explained this one over and over. It seems someone doesn't want it to accept. And the reason is we don't have any policy. We are in the process of interviewing a professional advisor, but before we interview and give them, we have to give the policy, and we want to them today, after today, when we adopt this one, actually in 2 weeks, we're going to go through the interview. So far, we find 4 by staff. I was informed that they found 4, and we're going to interview all of them, and we present it to the board for decision. Regarding to the policy, yes, we put it there in the first definition. If you can see investment advisor, we put there as who is going to be, must be fiduciary. That's the most important, to be our benefit rather than the company or whoever they are working. That's why we put that words there. So in that case, they are doing it right now because we don't have any policy to give to the people that they come.
Yes, if you look at page 8 of 16, the very top paragraph, it's continued from delegation of authority on 7 of 16, but 8 of 16 has it in here. United shall employ the services of a third-party professional money manager, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it is part
Board.
of the policy.
Yes, it is. Board is going to vote for that. It's not
Right.
committee. Committee recommended, board voted.
Thank you, Mr. President. I like reading through this document here. It says that this whole thing is being constructed on the prudent investment rule. I don't think anybody here knows what that is, number one. And then also, shouldn't there be, and I don't see it in here, maybe you can explain it to me later on, a declaration of trust? And those are the two questions I have from reading through all this stuff. Thank you, Mr. President.
Can I explain about the, are you talking about number 6, prudence? That's why we put it there? Because each
It
one.
says in the statement here that this is being formulated using the prudent investment rule. And this was
Yes.
started by Judge Putnam back in 1830. It was refined later on. And so I don't think anybody knows what that is. It's like a New Year's resolution, which I break all the time. And then I think there should be a declaration of trust in here. Maybe it's in here and I just don't read it.
Yes, if you go to page 7 out of 16 is right there. And prudent investor rule stipulate fiduciary
Why
to
doesn't it
invest
say
in the
declaration
trust.
of trust?
Yes.
Why doesn't
that's-
it say that?
That was a fiduciary to invest in trust asset as if they were his and her own money. We wanted if somebody
Can you
trade our
explain to
money.
me what the declaration of trust is here?
This is because of this rule. I am reading for you.
I don't
Prudent
understand
and
it. That's not
interested
the
votes of-
declaration. There's nothing in here that says this is a declaration of trust.
Okay.
But we're not talking about that, so, okay.
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 any other-
So, any
other
question?
comments? Any other comments? Okay. So it's been motioned and it's been seconded. And it's been also, this policy, we went over it in the ad hoc committee word by word. And it's been reviewed by our legal department, and our legal has already approved it. And so with that, I'm going to go to the vote. All those in favor of approving the investment policy as it's currently written, raise your hand.
President Ross, we have the screen. If you want to vote on the screens.
Oh, vote on the screen.
Okay.
I can get mine to activate.
There's a pen.
Mine doesn't seem to be Oh, that would be the reason.
Maybe. You have to push.
I got it. It's not working. Just push it hard.
You already
Okay,
voted?
three.
Yeah, okay. So the motion passes 9-1.
And thank you, Azar, for all the work you've done with the committee.
Can I give a few words regarding to this one? Because there was a controversial about who was in there. As the Fed announced to increase the interest rate in 2021, United Finance Committee requested the change in long-term mutual bond funds investment of reserve account. Unfortunately, the finance advisor in SageView who invested United money in bond funds didn't take a wiser action, and United lost $700,000 by July 2022. At that point, the Finance Committee made a motion to change the bond funds to Treasury bill and put a stop to losing money. However, this motion failed 6-5 at the following board meeting. It was obvious that not all directors have adequate knowledge about the relationship between bond funds and interest rates. Therefore, an investment ad hoc committee was created by 4 Laguna Wood Village members with professional investment background and 3 outside professionals advisors. The committee collectively brought more than 130 years of their finance experience to the table of discussion. They gave a presentation and helped board members to understand the financial situation, and finally, the board voted on November 14, 2022, at the loss of $1.3 million to change the investment from bond funds to Treasury bill and put an end to the further loss. In addition, the ad hoc committee created a solid investment policy for United based on David Sterling rules as first safety, second liquidity, and last yield. Following this policy will protect the principal of our reserve account for years to come without any loss. To appreciate the professional work of Investment Ad Hoc Committee, I would like to share the background of the committee members. Volunteer Ad Hoc Committee members. Alison Bach. She has spent 35 years in financial services as Register Series 763 and 3 on Wall Street as a stockbroker, investment advisor, and manager with Merrill Lynch, Oppenheimer, and Bank of America. Her top job was serving as a vice president of Trans-American America Life Companies, where she had nationwide responsibility for broker sales of stock, bonds, and annuities. Ken Benson, Mr. Ken Benson. He has spent 26 years of his 50 years work life as a registered investment advisor and portfolio manager analyst employed by Morgan Stanley with title of second vice president. Mr. Michael Dilak, a CPA since 1985 for 38 years, has worked as investment advisor. His specialty is in bond and treasury bills. He also has established a stock investment advisory website, buyselldonothing.com, whose advisory results are independently audited by halbertrading.com. His passion for investing made him create Laguna Wood Village Investment Club in December 2016, which was the first club in Laguna Wood Village devoted to investment education. Mr. Robert Cunningham. His expertise at advising the best mutual fund for 401k at his job made him get involved with different finance clubs at his retirement time. Currently, he is vice president of the Laguna Wood Village Finance Forum and very familiar with mutual fund expert software, which Investment Ad Hoc Committee received his research on history of performance mutual bond, and our investment was involved, which all investment was involved, and there was no indicate a turning point in close time. Hired outside advisor, John Thomas Wong, CFA, Certified Financial Planner, Senior Vice President, Senior Institutional Portfolio Manager in Bank of America with institutional investor and responsible for developing and executing the investment approach that may best assist clients with short and long-term goals. In addition, as finance professor, taught finance in business courses. Mr. Russell Goldstein, CFP, Certified Financial Planner, CAP, CSRIS, Experienced Financial Professional, Counselor. Russell Goldstein is Senior Vice President and Institutional Client Advisor at Bank of America with over 18 years of experience in financial services. Mr. Jerry Soulez, I don't know, the last name is hard for me always, Soulez-Vicks, a registered finance advisor, principal of Pacific Financial Planner. He has more than 30 years of experience as a financial advisor. His specialties include financial planning, investment, retirement planning, portfolio management, enhanced income strategy, estate planning, safe investing, stock, insurance, long-term care, and annuities. Jerry has contributed to industry publications such as Seeking Alpha and Street.com, and has been quoted in national media, including the Wall Street Journal, Financial Times, and Barron's. Jerry served on the board of the California Joint Power Insurance Authority and spent 10 years on the Orange County Treasurer Advisory Committee. Now, that may be clear for all, the knowledge and expertise behind this ad hoc investment committee. Thanks to all volunteer members and paid advisors who helped United to start a positive recovery and protect its principle of reserve money for years to come. At last, but not least, as chair of the ad hoc committee, I would like to thank VMS Finance Department, especially Steve Hormus and Erica Hernandez, for their contribution and dedication to the ad hoc committee and to the great result of it. Thank you all.
Thank you, Azar. Okay, and we're going to go to item number 13. Maggie, did you have a comment?
I just have a comment. I would have appreciated hearing that information 6 months ago.
Okay, thank you.
And also,
Okay.
as investments, you can go to an investment counselor, and there are successful investment counselors on both sides of the roads. So that means we have taken this path, and may we do well on this path. And the other corporation has taken the other path, and we hope they do well on that path too. Experts have advised both of us. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. President,
Okay, go ahead. One last.
because 2 times Director Blackwell mentioned that one, I want to remind, maybe you forget, you voted for these people. All of these that I read it, I write down from the emails that we sent to all of you. So before we elect these people, all of the package by the staff sent to the members, because I didn't pick up them, board voted for them. So when we sent this one, everybody has this one. This information, nothing was new to people who read their emails. I wanted just to mention that one. Thank you.
Let's move on. Item number 13, new business. Town halls. First item is the recent town hall that was moderated by Maggie, and it was on trusts, and I believe there's something in the agenda on that. It's included in here under 13A. So Maggie, if you wanted to talk about a little bit about that town hall.
Sure, I'll
Blessings.
read this short report.
I think it's-
United held a very productive town hall on trusts March 10th of 2023 in the PAC. Over 60 interested and attentive residents attended. Directors Tom Tuning, Diane Casey, Pearl Lee, and Maggie Blackwell attended. Director Blackwell introduced the speaker, Sophia Sakamoto of the statewide firm Sakamoto and Ruelas, who have placed ads in the Globe about trusts. United is not allowed to recommend or endorse speakers at our town halls. Other financial advisors also appear on TV6. Staff members are not allowed to speak at town halls. We are grateful for the speaker coming to lead the discussion on trusts. The Q&A discussion lasted an hour with many questions. Residents were very involved. Ms. Sakamoto gave a presentation based on articles from the village website, information for estate agents and heirs, and went through the numerous transfer and estate frequently asked questions in order to further explain and clarify processes. It was a very interactive discussion. Members paid close attention and took notes. Also included in the paperwork from the website was page 48 of the United Resale Package Addendum to Occupancy Agreement Trustee Membership. The vast majority of members participated in the discussions and were appreciative for the town hall. At the general Q&A questions session, there were comments and questions about mutual services. Also, a few attendees demanded that United obtain 100% insurance coverage so loans and refinancing become available. That will be determined. So thank you. We appreciate this report. There will be some updates to materials on the website, and I will keep you posted of those. Thank you very much.
It's a very, very important topic, trust, and I think what came of it is that it's important for everybody to have a trust to protect your estate and within Laguna Woods, especially your property. And we would definitely recommend that you speak to a trust attorney if you don't, because if you don't have a trust, your estate's going to go through probate, and the lawyers are going to get a hold of it, and nobody wants that to happen. So it's an important, very important town hall. I'm glad you had it. Thank you, Maggie. And then the next.
Yes, I want to. Yes. No, the next.
We're going to talk to that. So the next town hall is this Friday. And did you want to talk to that?
Then the next town hall is this Friday, April 14, 2 to 4 at the same place, Clubhouse 3. And the title for this one is who is responsible for the paying the fixes? Is it VMS, based on HOA that you pay, or responsibilities on the residents? And this is very important topics because I personally, as a chair of finance, I receive, I don't know, almost I should say every other day one email that what we should do with this. And I am trying as best I can. I get information from staff to put it together and maybe a handout. And one request that I received, I'm asking Shiban, at least 4 or 5 people emailing that if they cannot attend this one because it's important for them to know how they can get information. Is it possible recorded? Later they can watch or something?
You're suggesting to record the town
Recording
hall?
that one, especially because I am going with the staff and shows what material.
I will have to investigate and let you know what's possible.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
And yeah.
Sue Kwam, Azar, where is the time and location of?
At 2 o'clock, 2 to 4, Clubhouse 3, and they call it ballroom. Ballroom.
Thank you.
On the left side when you arrive. A Friday, April 14.
Well, I would just like to make a suggestion for the future, because we have another town hall coming up the next month. And one of the big misconceptions is that United isn't buying enough insurance. Insurance for our community. Well, we need to present this with the help of somebody from Fannie Mae or from the insurance industry that can tell us what is happening with other condo associations. Because even in Foothill Ranch, they're having problems getting loans too. So, and Third just had a problem. So I know the ad hoc committee is working on financing, and those meetings are open?
Yes, thank you for asking. Those meetings is open, and even you cannot come, you can join by Zoom, and it's all information. If you go to the website and then click on that one, the information of Zoom is there. yes, is open to the public. And the next, are you suggesting we give a
A town hall
result
in the future, just having
for result of
what is
that
happening with Fannie Mae
information?
and Freddie Mac, and why is it happening? 2 condos.
Why are we not able to get loans? Because Freddie Mae and Freddie Mac are demanding that we have full replacement cost insurance, which is very expensive for us.
And we couldn't even get it if we couldn't get $1.5 million.
Right.
I mean, we couldn't even do it.
But you can lead that if you'd like to lead that
I'd love to.
town hall.
Yeah.
But that, excuse me, but that is only one answer, I mean, one question.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to talk about, if you wait another 2 weeks, well, actually by next month, we might have something from the ad hoc committee to present. But why we cannot have Fannie Mae or other, we cannot give 100% insurance, that's period. That's one sentence. You can. I mean, we can, that's that. That doesn't need town hall to say this one sentence to people.
Well, I think it would help. A lot of people don't know it.
I think maybe it would be good to, because by next month, we may have some more information on the cost of insurance from these brokers that are coming in next Monday. So by the time of the next town hall, we may have some good news to report about what we found out through our insurance to see if we could save some money. But insurance itself, is, especially property insurance, is an issue that keeps going up and up and up. And what we're trying to do to correct it, especially because United and Third has very little losses, yet we're paying millions of dollars every year for the premiums just to cover us for a major disaster. So maybe this topic should be more of just the cost of increasing insurance and what we're trying to do to prevent it.
Yeah. The other, we do have a lobbying group, the CAI, that, I'd like to know what they're doing to help HOAs and communities like us, because that affects our resale, and how we look in the market. So, and a lot of people that come here retire, sell their house, buy it for cash, but that's not all people that would like to live here. There are people that would like to have a loan, maybe they're still working, So anyway, it's a good topic to investigate.
But can I suggest something? Because insurance still, we are debating with the people. The information is not going to be cooked by next one. But one thing I suggested, if they can, is actually I receive email about landscaping, and it's lots of weeds that coming that they don't know what is this, and I can send email to you that they are unhappy. But if you give some information that they are working, and especially changing some turf to the new position, and this is a big issue right now in front of their eyes after all of this rain, and all of the sudden why some part they get lawnmower, some part not. I emailed Kurt, and he said because it's too long, they cannot do one run. You can inform them what is the possibility, some things. But landscape is a big issue right now that people complaining. If they make them a little bit calm, would be wonderful.
Tony.
Thank you, Mr. President. If Director Casey's going to do this, I'd like to see us make contact with the National Association of Insurance Commissioners. The insurance commissioners are the ones who run insurance in this country. It's not the states, it's not the feds, and it's the National Association of Insurance Commissioners, and they should be able to give us some insight on this trend that's going on, because it will kill us if we don't do something about it. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah. In my report on landscaping, I'll address some of your issues. Thank you.
I think insurance is a good topic. Maybe the two of you could work together to moderate, if you would.
Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah.
Okay, so let's plan for that for next month, insurance town hall. Maggie or Pearl, you haven't said anything yet.
My question is, we had several town halls, and all of the town hall meetings were excellent. We had different topics, and each time we had a lot of many people showed up, and they were very interested. So I think maybe, and I don't necessarily think that one topic is more important than the other. I think all the areas that we are touching are very important and informative. So perhaps after the town hall, we can write a summary and post it on our United Mutual on the website, so they can read it and they can have it. They can always go back, other than watching the recordings of the meeting. That's just my feeling. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, we do put articles in the Breeze. There was an article about the let's see, the one I did on. So one previously. Oh, now I forget.
Was it roofs?
No, that was Ozar. Yeah. But the Breeze this month had the article.
Right.
Diane Casey, and it was. It told about all the requirements for. Oh, it was. It was so stupid. Oh, Chase did the presentation.
HO6.
HO6
Yeah.
policy.
Oh, that's good. Right.
HO6 policy. Read that article because it's important.
Right.
Because a lot of people come in here and think that because they bought it for cash, they don't need insurance. And you need insurance because, like some of those issues that came up today, when you have a floor you put in and it's your alteration and BMS fixes what it needs to fix, but then you want to put your floor back in. I mean, it happened to me. I had issues that I had to fix things in my unit, and then I had an HO6 policy that covered it, except for my deductible. Thank you.
Good.
Okay, thank you. Maggie?
Yes, I think you might consult a contractor who does a lot of work in the village. We cannot use staff at the town halls, but there are contractors that have been working in the village on alterations and things like that for years. And if you go to one or two of those, we can't back them, but we can certainly question them and have them give a presentation as to the questions we have about the alterations. That way, otherwise they can just read us. They've got pages and pages and pages of rules. And these folks know what is because they're in on it all the time. So I suggest that you go to a contractor that has been used before. And yes, we will continue to report our town halls in the Breeze. I think it's a good thing. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Paul?
That's it.
Dick?
I wonder if it would be useful with regard to the insurance issue to contact our state legislature representatives to see if they're doing anything in this regard.
Okay, you guys will have your hands full for next month for that town hall.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next subject is 13B, entertain a motion to approve the 2023 annual election schedule. It's that time again. Okay, there's a motion on 13.
I second.
Okay, all those in favor, there's nothing to read at this point. No, okay. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, it's unanimous. Okay, that's 13B is approved. 13C, entertain a motion to approve stock certificate correction. This is the proposal from that Pamela brought up. So Pamela, can you help us with this one?
Good morning, honorable directors. I am bringing this issue before you today so that we can make certain that our practices align with your resolutions. And I passed out prior to your meeting this morning a little cheat sheet that was not included in the packet, but we referenced one of the resolutions. So if you look at the resolution number U8041, it was created in 1980, and it provided the direction that the ex officio president and assistant secretary be permitted to affix their signatures to your membership certificate. So that has existed from very early on. On the reverse side of that cheat sheet is the resolution from your organizational meeting last year, where the board officers were named and the ex officio officers were named. So in this case, as we get into this staff report, it would be Siobhan Foster and Carlos Rojas's signatures that would appear at the bottom of the membership certificate. So this issue was brought to the attention of the Governing Docs Committee as a way to get it to the Board of Directors. We discovered an error that had occurred, and we believe it's because a blank certificate was presented to the board in 2018 when you approved your resolution. It did not have any stamped or printed titles on the certificate, and so we can see it was reasonably assumed by the board that residents were signing their own membership certificate. And so the language said this membership is held by those signing below. Well, I don't believe that Siobhan Foster and Catherine Laster and Carlos Rojas, whoever, fit that description. That was for staff signatures. So when we discovered this issue, we brought it to the Governing Docs Committee, and the Governing Docs Committee reminded us that the membership in United Mutual has an appurtenant membership in the Golden Rain Foundation. And since GRF no longer issues certificates as they did early on, they wanted that language to be incorporated on the membership certificate. So we have done that. Attachment 1 on page 5 of 8 is the incorrect membership certificate, and attachment 2, page 6 of 8, is how we recommend that it be corrected. This is not a change to policy. It's not a change to operating rules. It's really more administrative in nature and a Scrivener's error correction. So we don't believe that this needs a 28-day review period. I would be happy to answer any questions that the board may have regarding this proposed change. And thank you for your...
I make a motion to approve the stock certificate correction.
Well, first you have to make a motion before we talk about it, so go ahead.
So that's
Make a
what first
motion.
I make a motion to approve the stock certificate correction.
Okay, is there a second for that? Okay, Diane. Okay, now we'll,
No,
oh,
now you
first
read
you
it.
read it first, okay. All right, go ahead and read
This
it.
is not.
Resolution 0123-XX, membership stock certificate corrections to membership and signature line. Whereas Article 2, Section 4M of the bylaws states that the corporation shall issue a certificate of membership upon admission to membership, and whereas the occupancy agreement states that the member is the owner and holder of one membership of the corporation and of one membership of the Golden Rain Foundation, and whereas Resolution U-80-41 states that the managing agent of this corporation is hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to permit the placement of signatures of a vice president and assistant secretary of the corporation on membership certificates. And whereas after each annual organizational meeting, United appoints staff as vice president ex officio, assistant secretary ex officio, and vice treasurer ex officio. And whereas the current membership certificate as approved by Resolution 01-18-47 contains the following language. This certificate evidences membership in United Laguna Woods Mutual held only by those signing below, which incorrectly indicates that the members are to sign their membership certificates, when in fact the two signature lines are currently reserved for the Vice President ex officio and the Assistant Secretary ex officio, and it does not indicate that a member is also a member of the Golden Rain Foundation. Now therefore be it resolved, April 11th, 2023, that the Board of Directors of United hereby adopts the revised membership stock certificate as attached to the official meeting minutes, which evidences membership in the Golden Rain Foundation, and that the certificate shall be signed by the Vice President ex officio and the Assistant Secretary ex officio, and such change does not affect any other covenant, condition, restriction, or other rule set forth in United's governing documents, and resolve further that Resolution 01-18-47 adopted May 8, 2018 is hereby superseded and canceled, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution.
Okay, and it's been first and seconded. Any discussion, any questions? Oh, Sue.
I wanted to thank you for coming today and reporting on this. I had contacted Pamela to ask about the Golden Rain Foundation because I was concerned if there was a foreclosure, if we would lose our ability to claw back the money. And she assured me that that would not occur. There is a portion that would go to Golden Rain, but that's just operational as it exists today, if I understand this correctly.
Correct.
Okay.
Mary.
Excuse me.
Mary, yeah. You're next.
Thank you. I'm glad you all caught that. Question is, what about the certificates we have now in our possession?
They will be accepted as though it was stamped with Siobhan and Carlos's signature blocks.
So this only
There's no,
affects
yeah, we won't.
going forward.
Absolutely.
Okay, we're good.
Yeah, and that's why I'm glad for your anticipated approval today so we can get those signature blocks as of today, certificates that are being created.
Perfect, thank you.
Huzzah.
To respond to what Sue says, because she's new, if a unit goes to the foreclosure, GRF doesn't own anything regarding to the money. The only things every month, HOA, a portion of that, for example, for United this last year, 256, goes through the GRF. So the only part that they might be behind is behind from HOA, and when we collectively collect the HOA from a foreclosure, we first deduct that one, we get our money, and the rest goes to the proceed. So there is no such a thing that GRF can claim that from a unit can get something.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just had a question for you, Pamela. So the difference between the old and the new stock certificate, the verbiage is all the same, the way I read it. The only difference is you added Golden Rain Foundation on the new certificate, and you added the signatures for the Vice President and the Assistant Secretary.
That's correct.
Those are the only two changes.
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, this kind of validates what Azar is saying about how they are members of Golden Rain. They're members of Golden Rain, and that's what that revision will just verify. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Yeah, I have one more.
Yeah.
The top of the old lists the member, the top of the new does not. And the top of the old says, this certifies that are the record owners of one membership in the form of membership stock certificate series blank of United Laguna Woods Mutual. That's not on the second one, the new one.
If you look on the second one, it's kind of grayed out text. It says this certifies that And in lighter text, it says membership vesting.
it is there.
Is
It
or
is there.
are. So it's either
Okay,
going to be
okay.
the trust or the member per
Okay,
se.
it's, all right, perfect. Okay, thanks.
So are they supposed to fill in the name in that spot?
We fill it in.
You
We
fill it in.
pre-populate it before we distribute it.
Okay. Okay, we'll go to the vote. All those in favor of the new certificate, raise your hand. Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you, Pamela.
Awesome. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, item 13D, entertain a motion to approve supplemental appropriation for emergency roof repairs. Very timely subject with all the rains. So 13D, is there a motion to read?
I'll make a motion to entertain a motion to approve supplemental appropriation for emergency roof repair. It came to the Finance Committee. Yes, I move that one.
Okay, it's been
merci.
seconded. Is there something to read on this, 13?
Resolution 01-23-XX, supplemental appropriation for emergency roof repairs. Whereas the 2023 business plan approved by the United Board allocates $90,000 from the reserve fund for emergency roof repairs. And whereas on March 28, 2023, the United Finance Committee endorsed a recommendation for a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $50,000 for emergency roofing repairs. Now therefore be it resolved on April 11, 2023, the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby authorizes a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $50,000 and resolve further a supplemental appropriation is authorized from the reserve fund in the amount of $50,000 to be used for emergency roof repairs. And resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution.
Okay, it's been first and seconded. Any questions or?
No,
about-
I want just to explain for members to know, because this discussed in finance, why we brought it. This is supposed to be for the whole year, and by March, 80% of the budget was used. And we are wondering that from March to end of December is not enough the budget, and the reason was the rain. It's very unusual, and actually we heard today with the rain is eye-opening. We should start to thinking about rain. So just this is the reason that we are adding this one, because 80% of the budget for the whole year was done by end of February.
So my question is, will the $50,000 be enough to get us through the rest of the year?
This is the expertise comes from VMS. I am not, and they said is enough. If anybody
maybe we
here,
should
can you
have-
tell is 50? We asked, they said yes.
So maybe we should have you.
Thank you. Good morning, Board of Directors. My name is Guy West. I work in the M&C department. I'm the Projects Division Manager. I oversee this program. Yes, we do use historical data in order to predict, what the budget's going to be. This was an unusual wet winter, as you all know, and so we feel that we're coming out of that, and if that's the case, we're going back and basing the remainder of the year on previous year budgets and expenditures. And so right now, we're looking at $50,000 as being an adequate amount for this.
My question is, did you also take into consideration the tickets and open tickets and areas that have had open tickets in that area, that's a driver of what you needed for appropriation for the $50,000?
Yeah, that's correct. That's a part of the analysis that we did, was looking at what the open tickets are and anticipating what those expenditures may be. Again, we may come back to you, something different, if something changes, but right now, we're looking good.
Okay, all those in favor of this motion to approve to approve the $50,000 for roof repairs. Please raise your hand. Okay, it's unanimous. Very good. Thank you, Guy.
Mr. President,
Yeah, yes,
could we take a break?
sure. Sure.
Thank you.
5-minute break. Before we move away from town halls, there was some discussion during our intermission that we're going to be having some series of meetings over the next several weeks with the insurance representatives, and we'll probably have some new information to report, sometime in the beginning of May. And it may be too soon to provide that to our residents at that point. And so there was an interest in maybe delaying the town hall on insurance till the following month and having next month's maybe be on landscaping. And so I wanted to put it to a vote, and because that's the fair way to do these things. Or if there's another subject that you'd like to have next month. But at this point, all those in favor of having the town hall be on insurance next month, as we discussed earlier, please raise your hand.
To put it over to June?
Well, no.
Or May?
Right now, the vote on our board is to discuss insurance at our town hall in May.
In May.
So the
And we
vote
want
would
to
be
put-
all those in favor of having that discussion, that town hall on insurance in May. Raise your hand.
But
if you-
Pearl and I just came in.
clarification, yeah.
Before we go vote, can we talk before we go to vote?
Yeah,
And say
Yeah,
what
if
is
you
the
wanted to
reason?
talk.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
The whole reason is a series of information, good information is coming, and when you already have town hall, you gave information, getting those back and give the correct one is going to be harder. We said just move 1 month after that And we are in the spring. Everybody wants to talk about landscape and then all of this grass and all of this. And I think we have more than 2 hours to talk about landscape if there is coming. That's all about. And after that, when we give those information to insurance, then have the next month insurance definitely positively that one. That's the whole issue, not deducted.
So Diane.
Okay, well, I think this is a very important issue to have before all these decisions are made on private money lending and hard lending, and to talk about where we are so people have an idea and can start participating in whatever resolution's going to be made to allow hard money lenders in here. So I would say that this month of May, or the month of May is probably the best time because a lot of people don't understand. I just had somebody say to me that she has a loan with NCB, and if the place was to burn down and we didn't have enough insurance to cover all the rebuilding, where would she stand with this loan to NCB? Now, she thinks that somehow she's going to have some kind of priority to get hers built because she has a loan with NCB, and if people that don't aren't going to be covered. This is just they have ideas, and we just need to kind of tell them what's going on and how we're trying to, maybe even get NCB back, which was a good lender for us. Thank you.
Okay, Tony, I think you were next.
Thank you, Mr. President. When I left the priesthood, my first job was selling insurance. I worked for Metropolitan Life, and I sold and I had an agency in Kansas City. I was licensed in Kansas and in Missouri. A little history. During the 30s, when the government wanted to provide some safety net for retiring people, they went to the insurance companies, who were mutual companies like New York Life, Metropolitan, Prudential, and some others, and they developed the Social Security program for the federal government. And because of that, then the insurance company, the Fed, decided that all these companies were mutual. That is, there were no stockholders like there are today. And so at the end of the year, when the insurance companies had collected more premium that they needed to pay out, the Internal Revenue Service and the government said, okay, we're not going to charge you on dividends. We're going to just say these are unused premiums and return them back to insurance companies. And the insurance companies, like Metropolitan, if you owned the Metropolitan policy, you were the owner. There were no stockholders. That changed in the 50s when State Farm and them, they're stockholding companies. And stockholding companies, their first interest is in their stockholders, not the insured. And you want to return maybe 25 cents on the dollar to your stockholders. They're number one. And these insurance companies are all like a club. It's a big pot of money, and they all have a piece of the action. So, and I work for a company, Carrick's Enterprises, where we were so fed up with the insurance people that we bought our own insurance company. So I don't think you can listen to all these people coming out here if you want, but they're all part of a group. And they talk together, they lunch together, and that's why one way to get to the bottom of this, to see what's driving these insurance companies today, because they're stock-owned companies, is to go to the National Association of Insurance Commissioners. They're the people, they're in charge of all this. And I think it's the elephant in the room for United, and probably Third also. That's all I have, sir.
I just want to be sure that we don't have a town hall and then we have another town hall to correct it. Okay? That's my concern. So I think we need to be, when we've got this information and this information, then we have the town hall. If we're not sure about either one, we just put it off. So if we're sure May will be good, then that's fine. But I don't want us to have to redo or re-inform anybody. Okay? That's it. Thank you.
Yes, Maggie said it very well. That's the whole issue. We just says rather than May, put it at June. We are not saying put off. And plus, please understand, as I heard, is two issues we are talking. We're talking about insurance. If you wanted to say why we are lending, we are bringing private lender, that's one sentence. We cannot insure 100%. Fannie Mae is not coming back, period. That's done. You cannot. Why we cannot have NCB? Because NCB is just an agent. Get the insurance and sell it to Fannie Mae. When Fannie Mae doesn't buy from NCB, NCB cannot do anything. I mean, that's an answer can be answered in one sentence. But why we can lender, that's a whole town hall, I agree. But it's cook. We have all information and bringing, and like Maggie says, we definitely, if you do it now, you have to do it again because it's not enough information. So it is a spring, have a landscape, wonderful. I am sure you can talk 2 hours, more than 2 hours about all issue in landscape and residents be happy about that. That's all.
Diane.
Okay, well, I don't agree with having a town hall on landscaping because Kurt is doing a great job in trying to get through these storms and the drought and all this. Things are changing. You look at the grass now, the way it's mowed, it's come in, it looks good. You know, you've got to give him a chance. He just went through a lot of changes. And so I think it's just premature to have a landscape town hall to hear a lot of complaints until it comes together and you know they see the improvements. So I don't agree with a landscape town hall.
Another topic.
We need a topic that has a theme, that has a professional, somebody to come in and talk.
Or we can just have open discussion next month.
You can have an open discussion, no subject at all.
No
No subject at all.
Yeah, you can.
Tony.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dan Yost has given us a good presentation on what the insurance industry is up to and what they're going to do. There's not going to be anything new coming from them. I guess you don't understand. Insurance companies are stock companies, and their main goal is to return 25 cents on the dollar to their investors. And that's all there is to it. They're a big group, and they all have a part of this pool of cash, and the cash is depleting, and they want to fill the thing back up with cash. And so the insurance people you're going to talk to are going to give you the same thing that Dan Yost has already exposed us to. So I think we're just marking time with that. Thank you.
So actually, over the next week, we're going to have a very important meeting to listen to 3 brokers do their presentations, one being a completely new broker that hasn't presented at all to our board or to United. And then over the following weeks, we will possibly be receiving some quotes from these brokers. And we don't anticipate receiving them until the beginning of May, which cuts it very close to a May town hall. So that's why, as Azar said, it's not fully cooked what our costs are going to be for the 2024 timeframe for insurance. So we wanted to wait to hear that information before we have a town hall. It's an important subject, we should have it, but maybe we should have it in June instead of May. That was the only thing. Maggie.
CAI and every other homeowners association grouping throughout is going to the legislature. The legislature is now being pounded by a lot of people because this has affected so many of us. And so this is going to, actually some legislation is probably going to be changed before the end of the year in response to the disaster that has been created. So it is a little premature to have it early. I agree to wait. Thank you.
So when do we have the next town hall or I make a motion for the next town hall to be an open discussion and June to be insurance.
Yeah.
And would there be a second for that?
Yes, second.
Okay, and then okay, any discussion about that idea?
No discussion.
Tony?
I'd like to just let you know that insurance companies, when they make up rates, the number one concern is cost experience, right? The number two is loading factor. And number three is commission. Now, cost experience is universal. And loading factor is one place where an insurance company can differ from another. Commissions are usually, the wildlife or career insurance companies pay more than regular ones, but I'm just saying, it's the whole rate that they give you is based on cost experience. And the other is a loading factor. Now, companies can change their loading factor depending on how much is computerized and how many people they don't have. And the next thing is commission. And that's what I lived on, commission. I used to get 55% of the first year's premium as my commission. So I don't know what you expect to hear from an insurance company. Thank you.
Okay. So it's been, the motion's been approved. And any other questions about the motion?
Yeah, I would just like to see which member of the board wants to lead that meeting?
For
the open meeting.
For the open meeting?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you're going to be.
Maybe Diane?
No, I mean,
Diane?
no, I do too many of them.
You're going to be in June, right? You and Tony will be
Yeah,
in June.
but I think somebody else could lead it.
Yeah.
How about you, Cash?
Maybe
An
Tony,
open forum.
Tony and Diane?
Or
No,
and Diane?
next month? No, I think it could be somebody different, somebody who has experience, like Maggie, or somebody, I don't know.
Maggie?
Would you like to do it? Okay. Okay, Maggie, you're going to be the volunteer for next month.
Okay.
Okay, so all those in favor of next town hall being open discussion and June to be insurance town hall, raise your hand. Okay, all those opposed? Tony, did you vote one way or the other? No, abstain, okay. Okay, so that's decided. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to director comments. Anyone wanting to make a comment?
Maggie?
Yes, at the broadband meeting this last month, they did want to stay with the original people that were on the committee. But we did have Allison at the committee, and she was very good, and we would like her to continue to come. But she is not a voting member, but we'd like her to continue to come, and then when I can step off, she can go on and so on. But for now, they would like everybody, because I've been through the whole year of process, so.
But didn't the board vote a couple months ago to make Allison the new member and with Diane?
Yes, but the GRF said we want the same ones to continue, and so I'll continue. I continued, and she was there, and she speaks, and so on and so on. So they asked that I continue, so I'll continue, and then in a month or two I'll step off. But when she gets her feet under it, she's probably read most of it now.
Yeah.
But it's listening to a whole lot of stuff every week, and she'll catch on, and then I'll step off. Okay?
It's an issue of, should there be 3 people from each mutual attend the GRF meeting too?
There are
And there's
2
only
on
2,
that
but
committee.
they're-
2.
they're with you,
Oh,
there's 3. Because
Well,
there's Diane,
we could have 3, I guess,
Allison,
if
and
they
you.
let us, but the others have 2.
President Rice, can I answer?
Go ahead.
Okay, if everyone goes to page 7 out of 18, is in your package for the last month, is item 5B. At the beginning goes to item 5B, 7 out of 18. 5B, did you find that one? 5B, from the beginning of package, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, from the beginning, go 8 pages. 8 pages. and then you find it. Just count 8.
I don't know what page you're on. What page are you on?
From the beginning of your
She's-
package,
she's-
going to 8. 1, 2, 3, like this. Go to 8.
Okay.
She's taking you to the minutes of the last
Okay.
meeting.
Okay. Are you there?
Yeah, go
Minutes of
ahead.
the last.
5B 718.
Okay.
The
So
bottom.
you can see on the bottom, Broadband Ad Hoc Committee. It was voted by the board, Diane Casey and Allison Bach. So it's right there on the bottom of the page. It's bottom of the page.
Yes, I'm
7B.
not disagreeing with that.
5B.
I'm
5B.
telling you, Azar,
Yeah, I see.
Okay, so
Azar?
it is my time to talk. I'm sorry, you talk. My hands was up. So what I am saying, GRF cannot decide what people from the board should be represented there. Board voted who will be there. We voted for Diane Casey and Allison Bach to be there. They are coming and saying, in that case, GRF can run in anything that I don't want you next time, or I don't want you. No, it's not in that manner. Ad hoc committee, I understand there is some knowledge behind that, but whoever comes, the new, can quickly catch up, and this is the nature of the directors, that coming and going, and they catching up. And Allison is not, you read the background, is smart enough to pick up quickly. As a voting member, should be Diane Casey and Allison Bach. But Diane, Maggie, Pearl, me, or whoever wants to go there just to sit there, they are welcome to go. But as this one, GRF has no right to say, I am not accepting the voted people from the United.
Honorable President, may I address the board?
Sure.
You may recall that I addressed you all last month on this topic, and you chose to ignore me, which is fine. But I do want to let you know, first of all, Ms. Bach is very welcome. I tried to explain to you that this is like getting a PhD in broadband. And we've invested a great deal of time in the people that are on the committee, and we ask that that committee remain intact. What I do want to let you know is there's no reason for you to be worried about 3 people being in those meetings, because this is an ad hoc committee, the GRF ad hoc committee meeting. Allison's been to 1 meeting. She's been great. I do want to share with you that we've had experiences where we have had to lose a great deal of staff time because of a decision made in this room by maybe some people that are not on the committee and don't understand how intricate it is. Yeah. And Paul and I personally have had to take 2 or 3 full staff days to bring those people up to speed. We're just telling you it's really critical that this decision get made in a timely manner here in the village. So I think rather than see you debate this, I think you should just leave things as they are. Allison's doing it. She's just been great. She'll be a great asset to come in and be an advisor on the team. If you want to have a debate as to who's voting, that's fine. Ultimately, this whole project is going to come to GRF. So it's not something that just the people in that room are going to be deciding. So just be aware of that. But also, please just be aware of the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of staff time and board time that have gone into this so far. So I just want to let you know, you can let that person be. You can have 3 because it's an ad hoc. When it comes to voting, I'll leave that up to Bunny, but there's not an issue because that's something that I looked into because I wanted to make sure that Allison did feel welcome being there. So.
Okay. Thank you. Diane.
Yeah, on April 4th, the GRF board met, and in their packet, they had the committee proposals, and Maggie was still remaining on that committee, along with me. So that's been approved and accepted by GRF. Thank you.
It's not up to GRF, it's up to United.
Yes, it's up to United.
It's United's decision who they report on the boards, on the committees.
Yes.
For United. And so, anyone else?
Yes. Again, I wanted to make clear, I understand what you say, and you said it's at the level of PhD. I am sure that if you're talking about PhD, Allison is way more than maybe me and other people that be in that ad hoc committee. So number two, we wanted to make sure that United has the right to vote for their own members to send it to the ad hoc committee. GRF has not the right, or as you mentioned, Bunny says that who is voting, who is not. The voting people, if comes any vote, I don't know there is any vote, maybe there is no vote, but if there is any vote, this is clearly by this vote, 11 people here voted. It's going to be Diane Casey and Allison Bach. But people extra can sit it on the audience and listen. That's perfectly fine. So whoever is the president of the ad hoc committee, please convey that one, that 11 people here voted for these two people as a voting people. Extra up to you. Add 5 more.
Okay. Maggie?
Thank you so much. So I have I or have I not just wasted 2 years of my time? Have I? Because
remain-
someone
Okay,
wanted
so I can-
Allison on the committee.
So you could remain as an advisor. You
I
can
can
you can
remain-
go to those
Yeah,
meetings.
advisor. Advisor.
She just said you can have 3 United members on the committee. All right?
Advisor.
So let us, I'm sorry. What she
Okay, we're not going
said,
to debate. We're not going to debate it. Go ahead, finish your.
everyone knows what she said. You heard it. So I'm saying, I'm asking to remain on the committee that I've been on for 2 years and have Allison be on the committee also. And we have 3, Diane Casey. Okay? When it comes to voting, I'm sure that we will agree. And I'll let Allison make the vote, but I'm sure we will agree from what I've heard and what she's heard. It's a very good project, but I would like to remain on the committee.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So how do we resolve it? Allison?
I think that's a great and elegant solution, to have 3 members on the committee, 3 voting. If it's quite all right with the structure of committees, ad hoc committees in the community, I think that's a great and elegant solution, and I endorse it. I would make that motion, Mr. President. I move, Mr. President, with your permission, make a motion that we move to have 3 members of committee on the Broadband Ad Hoc Committee, Diane Casey, Maggie Blackwell, and myself.
Good.
I second.
that. I second that.
Second.
I second that.
Any discussion about that? Okay, all those in favor?
Well, but I just want to make a comment. I think it's crucial that we work together. We're not working against GRF. We're not working against United. To me, it's very petty, okay? Because we have members that had worked there for a long time and a new member came, and both of them are qualified. And it shouldn't make this much commotion. And I think we should just end this and have a good relationship, working relationship with other boards. It's very important.
All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Okay, it's unanimous. Okay, so 3 of you are on that committee.
As voted.
So we need to change that listing on the committee to show the 3 of them on the committee, on the GRF committee. Okay. Any other director comments?
Yes, I
About
have.
anything?
Yes, I have a comment regarding to during this morning, Director Blackwell mentioned that we should have the resume of these people to be exposed to us. And I was more than agree. When I become the director, I wanted to see the resume and things. And they said, as a volunteer, I was told, maybe I am wrong, but this is, as a volunteer, we cannot ask them to show all the certificate or everything that we just trust by whatever words that they have. Actually, I am a fan to see really if somebody says, I am blah, 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 and I am a certified, we see that certification, is it valid, is it still there, is it correct or not? And I am happy to support that one, but why we didn't ask them their send resume, which one of them says Director Blackwell directly emailed me and says my resume to them, which is not right to do. As a volunteer, we cannot, at this moment, there is no bylaw, there is no rules that we ask them to show your degree or prove that what you are claiming is correct. If you wanted to bring, I would be happy to support that one, but otherwise, we cannot. They send us 2 sentences the way that always we send. When I became director, they told me 200 only. I couldn't fix it even to 200, what I have done or what I wanted. So it's hard. It's up to you as a, being the government document, maybe we can ask officially from volunteer, show us your background.
Okay, thank you. Any other director comments? Alice?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. Question, I guess it falls into VMS department. The Davis Sterling changes for January of this year allow paperless notification of members. And it's interesting that the way they go paperless is they have to opt out on paper. And I understand that, is it, Catherine, perhaps this is a question for VMS, that is there going to be a mass mailing to all of our members in order to get them to opt out of paper notifications?
Yes, that is going to occur this month. It's going to go out with the, they're doing the audit report. It's going to be in that packet.
Okay, so they'll have the opportunity to opt out of everything by paper and receive things electronically.
Via email.
Wonderful, thank you.
Yeah, so they'll have to update their records to make sure people have emails. I know a lot of people don't have emails. And then also I would like to volunteer my time to, meet with Allison and bring her up to speed on everything.
Thank you.
It's a lot of information.
Yeah, I've got the book.
Okay, good.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a little bit of a problem with this paperless thing. I've only got one eye now, so I print everything out, or you do, and we got over 150 pages for this year. I'm not going to burn my printer out because somebody thinks it's cool to go paperless. So I have an issue with that. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Oh.
Director comments? Maggie?
Yes, sometimes the staff reports and reports that we get, I would like printed up. And if I print them up on my printer, they have like a whole blue page with 5 lines of white in it. And so the amount of ink used up in printing up some of these reports, VMS reports and so on, they look fabulous when you get them in your hand. But then again, they use up all your ink. So if there could be even a black and white one, you're using up all the black. So if we could stop or cut out some of the whole red page with just a few lines and make it just a whole white page. I don't know if that's a nuisance for everybody and I should just live with it, but I like to have the report in my hand and I don't want to print it out. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to committee reports. Report of the 15A would be report of the Finance Committee. Director Ascari.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I can have slide 1, we can start right away. Through the reporting period of February 28, 2023, total revenue for United was $8.6 million compared to expenses $7.3, resulting in net revenue of $1.2 million. Can we have a slide 2, please? In finance, as usual, we care a lot about operating portion of the financial result. The operating fund without depreciation shows an operating surplus of $546,000 through the reporting period. And this chart shows how much of revenue went in operating, with $3.9 million coming from assessment and $311,000 coming from non-assessment revenue. compared to expenditures of $3.7 million. Can we have a slide 3, please? This chart takes the full income statement and compares those results to budget. We can see that United ended the period better than budget by $1.1 million when combined both operating and reserve saving. And slide 4. This is a kind of visually better. You can see the outside service was favorable, $596,000. Preliminary resulted for timing of expenditures. And please understand, this is not going to stay right here. The more months goes, they are using this amount. And based on different projects, the waistline and electric system, tree maintenance, all in the future month is going to use up this money. You can see the next bar is employee compensation, $331,000 favorable. Again, is resulting in some department like landscape and M&C department through the open position that we have right now. Sometimes we use outside services to cover for that. And then for the investment income, as I promise you always, this is going to be the green and favorable, is $100,000 favorable variance, which result of 2 months. And for material and supplies is $39,000 favorable, and that's residing from the rain and timing of expenditures in M&C. So for one thing that was not favorable, and it was actually negative $39,000, was utility and telephone. And that was based on the electricity rate were higher than anticipated and the time of budgeting preparation. And can we get page 5? This pie chart, we show non-assessment revenue earned to date is $436,000. Revenue is organized by a category, as you can see, starting with our largest revenue generating category, which is investment income, followed by fees and charges, golf cart, electric fee, laundry, electricity, and so on. And the next slide, 6, on this chart pie, we see the expenses to date, $7.3 million. That our largest category of expense, of course, is employee compensation and property tax, followed by insurance. And outside service, utility, material. And you can see on the top right, the water, sewer, trash, and electricity and telephone is right there as a breakdown. And in slide 7, on this slide, we see the same expenses, but we put property tax out because property tax only VMS collected and give it to the city 2 times a year. And we go to slide 8. Our fund balance are shown here. The contingency fund balance on February 28 is $1.1 million. And then contribution collected total is $12,000 with no expenditures to date. The reserve fund balance on February 28 was $17.4 million. Contribution and investment revenue collected total $2.1 million, while expenditures were $1.3 million, as you can see. The property tax fund balance on February was negative due to paying the contribution and investment revenue collected $2.2 million. If you go to slide 9, please. We compared this to historical fund balance for the past 5 years on this chart, which have average of $19 million at this point. And then number 10. We have a slide here to show resale history from 2001 to 2023 through February 28, 2023. United resale total 39 which is 39 resale lower than the prior year. We should really consider this one because 39 lower, that means we are not receiving that 7,500 as well. So the average year-to-date resale price for a United Mutual Manor was $310,000, which is $5,000 higher than per year. So still the prices is not dropped. With that said, this was the report for finance. However, the next one I think is for the ad hoc committee, and I would like to report this private loan ad hoc committee. As I mentioned earlier, the next session is April 14 at 3 p.m. and is in second floor of Community Center in Sycamore Room. Also, we have a Zoom. If people cannot come, they can participate there. The last session that we have, a report that I give because I know people following this one. One of the very educated and professional person in the lending money was Mr. Tucker, and Mr. Tucker break down to 5 categories subcommittee, and we all members of the committee decided to research about each of them to bring it back. The committee was created a new promissory note, and one subcommittee outlined foreclosure guideline, another research lender, and draft a new resolution. Another committee responsible for abuse mitigation, and the last one is document and word definition. So you can see very in detail we are researching about this process. It's not something that we come up quickly with one board, and we are researching over and over this issue before we presenting to the board. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
So I have a question, but I think Catherine, I'm gonna, because it's finance. Catherine, do we reevaluate the costs that we're incurring by electric vehicle plug-ins? I know we're charging, but I don't think we're charging enough because my electric rates have really gone up, and so has everybody else's. Between golf cart and electric vehicle plug-in, I think that we are compensating them. But I don't think that we're getting what they're truly charging. And I would like to, before you go on, I'd like to know, when we know that there's an electrical vehicle being charged in a carport, say, not the ones that have their own charging, but I think in United, they're using the plug-in that's in the carport. Are carports metered separately, or is there one big meter or whatever? And do we have historical measures of electricity within a carport so that we could know that as soon as electric vehicles are being charged there, that the meter has gone way up or has gone up? And are we watching that? I just think that's one area we're not watching, that we're paying that bill of if there's over and above. That's my question. Thank you.
Okay. To respond to that, I had this discussion about 2 months ago with Steve Holmes. First respond to you, yes, they are plugging and there is no different meter that shows that how much it's that. However, I came to say why the price is so small compared to collecting, because if you see the collecting from fee, so the research shows actually we have only 300 cars in the whole community electric. So although we're talking big about electric, but there is not much. That's why the collection is enough. I mean, compared to the amount that they are using, because they are collecting in a year for how much they pay. And they divided by the price of at the beginning of the budget by the price of electricity, how much as an average a car is charged. So as you can see, because I was expecting, because we are paying $240 to the committee, and why the price, the income is so small, well, end up that United doesn't, Third has more, but United doesn't have much electric car.
Okay, well, wait. just in, regardless of 300 cars, if, I know there's no meter on the individual, but if the carport has a meter, I'd like to see the history of the carport and see if it's gone up. I think $200 and some a year in charging fee is not enough, because a car can be charged every single night. And if I run my dishwasher after from 4 to 9 o'clock, my rate's higher. And I don't think $200 to collect over a year or plus to something in a year is covering the cost, and that we're as a community paying the difference.
This was calculation by staff.
Thank you, Mr. President. In cul-de-sac 40, where I live, 150 amps come into the laundry room, and 50 of those amps go to serve the carports. That includes the lighting and the 110 outlets. And so while the director makes a good point, I'd like to see how much it would cost to remedy the situation, meters, whatever. Right now, 50 amps in our cul-de-sac 40 are used for the carport lights and for the 110 outlets. And in my cul-de-sac right now, we have golf carts, and we have one E-Jetta, which is an electric vehicle. So I'm not saying that's wrong, but what would it cost us to try to delve into that? That's all I have.
Well, just speaking from personal experience, I'd like to know the quality of service that we're getting for plugging in. I have a hybrid, and 6 out of 7 days, the circuits blow, and so we can't use them. So we call repeatedly to try to get them to come out and flip it. And I perhaps they do, I don't know, and then it flips again. So we have golf carts and electric vehicles on the side. There just isn't enough capacity. So the quality of service of these things is not great.
One other point, Mr. President. The gentleman that owns the E-Jetta in cul-de-sac 40, he's able to regulate how much he's charging. And so what he does, he's allowed, I don't know, I don't understand it, but he only charges at 8 amps. So that means it doesn't interfere with me or the other golf cart guy. So I don't know if other electric vehicles can adjust what their amperage is, but this one gentleman with an E-Jetta can adjust how much amperage he's chosen. And when you have a 20 amp fuse or breaker, you can only use 80% of it or it'll kick. That's all I have.
Yeah, we had a town hall on the e-charging, and it was very informative. There were people there that understood, you know, how you could convert and get more power out of the, you know, what we have right now by putting in batteries into that area that would fill in for what you need, you know, to supply the electric. So I think we should be looking at that because it's what our community needs. People are going to be buying those vehicles. And also we have to look at the fees, you know, how much does it cost? Because if you had to go out and buy gas, it would be very expensive, you know, and electric is expensive too. But thank you.
Yes, we looked at that a couple of months ago, 6 or 8 months ago. The usage, we cannot collect that much from the solar to establish a battery pack on the side of the laundry room or whatever it is. We can't get enough. So we cannot count on that method for the future. Okay. So what we're talking about right now is every member is subsidizing an electric car user. We are subsidizing. They're not paying for all that they take. And so that electricity gets charged to United, and United doles it out equally to every member. And so we are subsidizing the electric car users. So the better off we can get, the more charging stations up here behind this building, which are probably sitting there empty right now as we speak, the better off we are. But it is an inequitable system at this point, and we don't have any other way of doing it. Thank you.
Yes,
Discussion, so I think we should limit it.
No.
But, okay, Mayor.
The other concern I have is especially, and this is not personal, is that the electrical panel is doing its job, because when it flips, it's because you're pulling too much. When you pull too much, you cause heat. I'm very, very concerned with carport fires. I'm with electric vehicles. I see them on YouTube all the time, because when you plug it in and you pull the energy that you're trying to pull and it overdoes the circuitry, that you generate that heat. And that's one of my biggest concerns. This community was not built 60-some years ago for the energy consumption and usage that we're trying to put on it. And that's a very big concern of mine. Thank you.
One of the things that GRF recently vetoed was their idea to go ahead with recharging stations at various locations. And the recharging station, as I understand, we could set up that in our communities, at our carports, or in our cul-de-sacs, but they cost around $75,000 per location. And that could be done. But the other thing that I think we should ask staff to do is increasing the capacity of our carports, the electrical capacity to take on the need for electric cars, and seeing what that cost would be, because there's a cost involved in doing that. And that could be pretty big. So maybe we should ask staff to put together a report comparing the two alternatives, either electric charging stations, or what would it be to increase the charging capacity in our carports. And that would be a good topic to go forward. Diane?
I just want to say quickly, it's not just the electric cars. It's everything was going fine. The golf carts now are getting fancier, and they are fast charging. And so I noticed that all of the people that are parked on the golf carts, they're not getting the ability to charge. And so they run back over and then they charge in their area. It's a minor thing. I think we should pay what is proportionate to the cost, absolutely, but it would be good to be able to actually use it for the golf carts and for electric vehicles, or we shouldn't offer it.
All right, we're going to end this discussion here. Did you have something, Paul?
Yeah, we just have a member comment when you're ready.
Dick, is that you? I think you're the only member here. It must be you.
Representing everybody.
Okay.
I just wanted to say that the amount that was set was for the electric car charging was several years ago. And so it was at that time determined that was sufficient. But Mary brought up that costs have increased, unfortunately. And I've attended many meetings, and they keep on saying that it would be horribly expensive to upgrade the carports. It's like a catch-22. And I'm hoping that some new technology will come along that will help us. But for now, I don't know what the answer is.
Okay, can we move?
I had one question for Azar before we go on. There was talk today about selecting a financial advisor at the Investment Ad Hoc Committee, a meeting coming up soon. Do you know when that specific meeting's going to be?
No, we weren't. Now it's passed. We didn't know what's happened today. So I had a meeting yesterday with Asif and said as soon as this passed, then we can tell him, and then the rest depends when they can be, those representatives can give us a time to come and represent. Probably very soon.
Within the next
At this
few
point,
weeks,
I
you
cannot, maybe, I am guessing 2 weeks, something like that.
Okay. When you find out,
Absolutely.
let us all know.
Oh, absolutely.
Could I just interject a quick one? In selecting a financial advisor, should that not go to the Finance Committee as opposed to an ad hoc committee?
Yes, that's one of the, can I answer?
Yeah, go ahead.
When we started ad hoc committee, there was 3, and then voted for that. There was a 3 assignment for them. Number 1 was investment. Number 2 was the policy, and number 3 to pick up a new advisor. For finance committee, we have a bunch of other stuff that you are coming to that. Always is a good package to work on that one. And this specifically needs separate to these people coming. Each one probably takes 40, 45 minutes to represent themselves. And we ask a question. It's going to be a long one. It's not going to come to the finance. But the result will come to the finance, and the result of the finance represent to the board. And you all see the background and questions. Exactly, we did this one for the attorney. We didn't come, all board comes to see what's going on. You sent to us some information, and that's going, we went, that is exactly the same process that we had it for that.
Just a
Move on.
quick comment. There are more board members, I think, on the Finance Committee than there are on the ad hoc. That's why I was bringing that up. I mean, it's up to you guys.
Okay, we can move.
Let's move on. Let's go to the Architectural Controls and Standards Committee. Director Livatore.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had no request for alterations, and so to save time and money, staff time and money, we didn't have a meeting, and the next meeting is also being canceled because of lack of requests for alterations. That's my report on architecture.
Thank you. Okay, next is Member Hearings Committee, Director Lee.
We will have an April membership hearing coming Thursday, and this month Director Tuning will be out, so Director Kwong will replace his place this week, next week, this Thursday.
Okay, thank you. Report of the governing documents, Director Blackwell.
Okay. We had a meeting on March 16th. We talked about the 3 years. We tabled some items, the 3-year lease expiration restrictions and subletting rules, and approved the agenda with changes. So we discussed the stock certificate correction. We did discuss accommodations for disabled residents. There's a question about that one. If we don't have a specific resolution, then it falls on what it usually falls on, which means board discretion. And since we have so few disabled requests, the ones for M&C go to M&C, and the other ones come to the appropriate committee and are considered by that committee. And they do not have a set resolution. They have a process at that committee to discuss that and whether or not they approve that, and then they send it forward to the board. And the board has the discretion to approve that. I don't think writing up something which says we will follow all the disability laws and all the laws here and our bylaws is worth creating, because we will automatically do that anyway. So I don't think we really need to make a decision as to accommodations for disabled residents, because they are so very individual in their needs, and they are each treated very separately and individually in our consideration, and they do receive consideration by two entities. I think we're protected enough there, and we will always follow the laws in our groups. Thank you. Our next meeting will be Thursday, April 20th, in the boardroom. And so we have some other things. We have our future agenda items and so on. Those will always continue. So it was a good meeting, but I think we will kind of let go the disabled residents resolution because we really don't need it. Thank you.
So just to tell people who request handicapped assistance that they should go through M&C.
M&C basically, yes, first. Yes.
I agree. Okay.
Lenny.
Yeah.
Perhaps, if I may, President Ross, I just got a note, I'm sure we all did, from Siobhan regarding, with great sadness, she shares with us the fact that Don Tibbetts has passed away. Don has served on the United and GRF boards of directors for 20 years. He joined the United board in 2003. Don has been a stalwart leader and has made invaluable contributions to the village. He will be greatly missed. Our condolences to his wife and family. Signed, Bunny Carpenter. So.
Oh, my.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, my.
We're sad to hear that. But thank you for reporting.
May God bless him and rest in peace.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing.
Right.
On United for quite a while.
Yeah, he's been on the boards
Many
forever.
years. We'll miss him. Okay, so let's move on to, let's see, which one was it? That was M&C. Okay, landscape. Diane.
Yes, I'm happy to report that what a difference a day makes. Last month, on March 27th, we were in a serious drought where we didn't even have enough water to support, vital infrastructure. And now it's so full that you can't even go to Lake Irvine because it's flooded. Unfortunately, it does bring problems with our infrastructure, but it has probably helped our landscaping a lot. And, we'll see about the resolutions we made with restricting water and things like that. But, we are still going forward with turf reduction because that is important. In the long run, we are a hot climate and it's only going to get hotter. And so I would say we met on the 27th of March. We're going to meet on April 24th. But our ad hoc committee on the trees, which is going to be going over the UFMP report that's 80% done, which is the urban forest. And we came out so high in our rating with our 18,000 trees that benefit the environment. But there are some things in that report that need to be fixed. And so I'm hoping that we can resolve that. But if you want to come to that meeting on April 21st at 9:30, the ad hoc committee is going to meet and talk about the urban forest report. Thank you.
Okay, next is the maintenance and construction. And the last meeting was February 22nd. Next meeting is April 26th. Two issues really are of importance. One is that maintenance, we are backlogged on moisture intrusion cases that go back a year or 2 years. And so what maintenance and construction team is coming up with is they're preparing extra staff to work on weekends, on Saturdays, to try to get caught up with all the past cases. And the amount that's due us, United, is estimated about $1.5 million. So it's a project that will be reported to the Finance Committee later this month and then approved by them, and then we'll go ahead and implement that. The other thing that was discussed was the HO6 insurance policy and the importance of that. As you know, we all had a town hall, But it is very important for residents to have that HO6 insurance policy, because otherwise they could lose thousands of dollars of not being covered due to their upgrades that are damaged in their model. So it's something that we're going to be talking about in closed session as well. That's it for the M&C.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so one thing that you just said was that the HO6 was important because of upgrades. It's not just upgrades. It's your own personal property. Like, I don't have upgrades, but I have it because of my own personal property. If the water heater were to break and destroy everything, even my couches, my chairs, my personal property, it would cover that. So I just wanted to make that a little bit of a correction. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to just ask a point of information. I noticed over there in the warehouse area, we just purchased, last month, 8 pallets of building blocks now. And they retail out, depending, if they at retail, they're about $5 a piece. Some guessing it's about $8,000. Do we have I'd like you to report back, do we have some kind of a major building thing going on? Is it GRF, is it Third, or United? Because there's 8 pallets of those things over there, and we probably get a discount buying that many, but I know if you go to Home Depot, they're about $5 a piece.
What is that and where is that?
There's 8 pallets of building blocks. They're like, almost like pink. And they're over there in the storage area for the construction. And that's I'm guessing about $8,000. So I thought maybe we have a major building project going on here, either United, Third, or GRF. If you could report back on that, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. I'll see if I can find out.
Those are mostly used in the yards, in the front yards, when they redo the front yards and remove the turf and do those things. When they do turf removal, they save the ones they can and throw away the ones that are broken. And so this would be the time for them to get the new supplies for the turf removal project. And I'm sure they buy them a stock at a time and save them. But that is where they go.
Director Ross, these building blocks can be used to build houses, but we usually use them here for retaining walls.
Yeah.
They're not for grass removal. So it's 8 pallets of those things. It's a lot. I'd just like to find out what they're for. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing.
The next is United Resident Advisory Committee, Director Liberatore.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had our meeting, and it looks like our advisory committee is getting very, very popular because people can come in and just unload. We listen and take action on it. So it was a very successful meeting, but since it's personal, we don't divulge names or what was it all about. And our next meeting is this Thursday, April the 13th. It's in the Elm Room, so it's not so formal, and people feel free to let us know what they're thinking and what their issues are. And that's my report on that committee, sir.
I have one suggestion for your committee. If you could report what are the major problems to staff. Staff could be able to help you solve some of the problems instead of trying to solve them yourselves.
Well, Pearl, Director Lee and myself do that. Okay. We do follow up to staff, and then we try to get back to the residents. Okay. But great. We know a lot of it is sensitive, so we don't get into any details. But we are, Director Lee and myself, we do go to staff with those issues, and they run with it.
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, next is what's Resident Advisory? GRF Committee highlights. GRF Finance Committee. Directors, all right.
It's me, thank you. GRF didn't have any meeting last month, and this coming actually very soon, April 19. The whole information is from February 15, which I announced. Still, their investment is in the bond fund line. If anybody wants to participate in Finance Committee. Please welcome to come in April 19, 2023 at 1:30 on the boardroom and discuss about their investment and the policy that they are taking and not changing.
Next is Community Activities Committee, Director Casey.
Yes, we met on March 9th, and there were a lot of people that showed up because of the fee increases and did their testimonials, their reports. One of them that struck me was somebody said that they're a performance group and they like to put on a performance, and to have a performance in the PAC for 2 days would cost $8,000, so they can't do it. So I guess, maybe they aren't sure they can get the members to come and pay. But on April 4th, GRF presented in their meeting with the treasurer about, at that time, it was just a suggestion that went to the presidents of the boards, and they were talking about the increases, but it was just preliminary. It was just a discussion. And so it enraged a lot of people, and so they're looking at it like I guess Shaban said, that they have revised their proposal. And so tomorrow is the Community Activities Committee. Oh, not tomorrow, I'm sorry, April 13th, Thursday. So they're expecting a large crowd, they have an overflow room, so come and just like any other big thought, you have to come. Thank you.
Next is GRF Landscape, also Director Casey.
Yes. So on February 8th, because they meet every other month, they met, and the director of landscape presented, and as Lenny has pointed out before, that they've met their goal of coming around 4 times and doing the work that needs to be done. So they're going to meet on May 10th. And there's a lot of new things happening, what's happening with our climate and our drought and everything. So that's another good meeting to attend. So May 10th at 1:30.
Thank you. Okay, next, GRF Maintenance and Construction, Director Simon.
So there's nothing that has changed. We're having a meeting tomorrow, GRF Maintenance and Construction, and so there's nothing to report since the last one.
Okay. And Clubhouse.
The clubhouse.
Clubhouse facilities.
The Clubhouse One Ad Hoc Committee, we met and we selected colors and styles for the bathrooms, for the chandelier in the main room, the colors for the fireplace, the drop-in lounge, and then it's just going forward. But we've selected colors and textures.
Okay. And report of the Media and Communications Committee, Director Blackwell.
Okay, thanks. I'll just make a comment about the page 6 of 8 of the restroom of the bottom restroom looks very institutional. It's gray on gray. It would fit in any prison. I mean, I guess, okay, I'm not on the committee, but that's just a personal comment. Okay, the Media and Communications Committee met, and Sue Kwon was there, and Allison was also present, and that's good to see. And we, things are moving towards streaming, let's face it. Our system with broadband and so on, West Coast Internet, is going to change radically in the next couple of years. All the live golf or live golf, however you say it, the tournaments and so on, are now easily available on streaming or on YouTube or on livegolf.com, and so are most other sports activities. You can get them other ways, and so residents are looking to see some of the ones which we were thinking we would lose due to Fox. Losing Fox, we were desperate for a year or so, but now almost everything is available outside independently, and so people are just dialing it up and getting what they want mostly. So that is a big changing picture, and it will continue to change at imaginable speeds. Looking at the new resident orientations, United always seems to have more people come to ours than Third does to theirs, and I think that's great. We have 31 so far. We've got some more. We have one a month, and it's a very good session, very enjoyable. And we tell them, definitely tell them, that they have it stamped on their forehead, HO6 insurance. By the time they leave, they know. And so any other things that a director thinks we might need to include to new residents, just pass it on to me and we'll work it out and see if maybe that can be part of the presentation. The broadband is moving along. We have 3 scenarios, and we are examining the conduit lease at March 28th. So that was last month, and that was a very interesting, these are very interesting conversations, and it's just half of it's over my head and the other half of it is understandable, but you can't believe how fast things are going to be changing. The Spring Blossoms, which was out there, won the prize for the favorite, and that was very nice. It was glorious. The website ad hoc committee was March 1st. Let's see. Oh, yes. And Paul Ortiz has been working on the service calls, and set-top boxes have decreased because people are using more outside services and streaming. So kind of that workload has dropped a little. Everybody is going for cloud storage and streaming and higher internet speeds. So it's a quickly changing world. Our next meeting will be Monday, May 15th at 1:30, and we look forward to the directors coming to that. It's phenomenal what they're doing, and I think the breeze is getting better with every issue. I swear each one is the best one I've read, and so it's really greatly improved, and it comes out every 2 months, and we all wish it would come out every 1 month, but 2 months is probably good. But that communications department is doing better than ever with the Friday announcements also, and we're getting better publication in the newspapers and so on. So that is a very active group there. Thank you.
Next is Mobility and Vehicles
Can we
Committee.
go back?
What?
Because,
Did I skip one?
well, it's just the website ad hoc committee was Director Ascari, and I'm the director. I'm with the broadband. So maybe she knows something, or I know something.
Oh, okay. So are you not the director of website?
I am ad hoc committee, website ad hoc committee. But before that, can we agree that this kind of report from GRF is available? Everybody goes there and watching. Can you give a report, like 1 or 2 or 3 sentences? Some directors is about 15 minutes it takes and all a step explaining. Just sharing. Okay, website ad hoc committee. We're down to 2 people, 2 company that doing this job for ourselves. And actually, April 12th, which is tomorrow, we are going to go and only pick up one of them. And then after that is going to be a run to the new website. I have more information after tomorrow.
Okay. And then Broadband Ad Hoc Director Casey?
Yes, so we met on March 28th, and we'll be meeting again on April 17th. And there's three proposals that we've been looking at and eliminating some of those. We had a great presentation by the broadband group at our last meeting to direct us in how we can proceed with getting feedback from vendors that might help us with our next step. And so there was an article that showed that 5.8 million people quit cable, and, went to streaming because it's getting so expensive to have a cable bill, and so when they can get it cheaper from just going direct, and you can see all this consolidation of all these channels that are going into different groups like Peacock and Paramount and Disney Channel so we just want to know, how are we going to fit in? One thing we have to do is we have to get a better internet system set up, because at some point when all of these people go streaming, we're not going to be able to support it, because we don't have the infrastructure to get to the unit, from the curb. We need to get that fiber in from the curb to the unit in order to support it. So that's where we stand. Thank you.
Report of the Mobility and Vehicle Committee, Director Ascari.
Yes, the meeting on March 2 was canceled, and probably I am guessing why, because the chair was Don Tibbetts, that we just received the news. May he rest in peace. And that meeting was canceled. Now I understand why. And the next meeting is June 7, 2023.
Okay. And next is Security and Community Access Committee, Director Blackwell.
Okay. This is the committee that decided on the flashing stop signs. We decided that was a better alternative than speed bumps. And the residents are habitually running stop signs. I mean, it's habitual, and it's not improving. And so the difficulty is that others at the stop sign or members walking are in great danger. And so we understand that even a flashlight would disturb some people looking out the VIN walls. But the flashing stop sign is noticeable. You know when you've passed one. Day or night, you know when you've passed one. And that's why we chose that. There were comments about the RV lots. There was comments about, the fencing needed at the dog park. We've got more trespassers again, and they're jumping the walls and vandalizing vehicles or stealing stuff out of the vehicles parked at Clubhouse 4. We have 5 cameras recording at RV Lot A and 2 at RV Lot B, so those are better protected these days. The disaster preparedness report, the disaster prep bazaar stand was a success. They're continuing their meetings and trainings, scheduling events with the Orange County Fire Association, as well as working our office space for a new coordinator. We have temporarily appointed security administrative specialist and a traffic officer who audited the RV lots, and his evaluation freed up some spots for residents who had been on the waiting list for over a year. So they reassigned and reworked some of the spaces so that now we have more people able to park their vehicles. We did have the 4-way stop sign, and we do have crosswalks painted in the same places. where there were not crosswalks before. So we need our residents to be vigilant, and the walkers, once they get out there, they're stuck. And people have to be honoring the stop signs. We don't know what else to do, except we cannot afford to have persons giving tickets at every stop sign in the village at any time.
Okay.
So we're doing the best we can, and the lighted signs was a good try, and we'll see how they work.
Okay, Mayor?
So, Director Blackwell, how many of the flashing stop signs have been installed? Do you know?
I think they're aiming for 22, and they're halfway done.
21.
21, that's it.
I personally do not like them, but
Okay, so let's move on to Laguna Woods Village traffic hearings. Director Akrakar.
The traffic hearings were held on March 15th. The next hearings will be on April 19th at 9 o'clock in the boardroom. Everyone is welcome, especially if you have a ticket.
Thank you. A report of the Disaster Preparedness Task Force, Director Liberatore.
Thank you. Michelle, do you want to do it? All right, I'll take it. I thought I was going to give her some more exposure here. Anyway, it's a task force, and it's headed up by a staffer, Eric Nunes. And the staff they're moving on to preparing for a disaster. My only question and what I'm concerned about on there is, do we have any idea of how many non-ambulatory residents do we have in these various cul-de-sacs? And if something does happen, like a fire, an earthquake, that's what I'm trying to get them to deal with. What should we do, and who's going to respond to get people that are either non-ambulatory or have trouble getting around? So our next meeting is going to be in May 30th, and staff is doing a great job on this, but we have to get a hold of this situation of people who have trouble getting around. That's my report. Thank you.
so, Mr. Director Laboratory, so you know how homes have a placard that says dog inside? Are there any placards that we can distribute on request, and when we distribute it, we could record that so that we know there's a non-ambulatory person in there, there's a, or any sort of that? I don't know if that even exists, but is that under some consideration?
That's not under consideration right now. We really have no idea of how many people in cul-de-sacs we're going to need help if we have some kind of a national disaster. But that's one of the things that I'm trying to push with that. Who are they, where are they, and what will we do? Plaques is a possible solution, but I think staff and us in there should have like some kind of a registry. I don't know. I don't want to get too involved, but we should have, when something happens, we should be able to help those people. Yeah, there's nothing right now. Thank you.
Is there anything in the red zone, red alert that indicates somebody's status, so that you could possibly find out if somebody is wheelchair bound? I just had to save a neighbor because she fell and tripped on a cord last night. I just had to go, by save her, I just had to pick her, help her up. And then we had to go to the hospital last night because she did break her finger. Now, but she had a big contusion on her head. So, luckily she had me to call. She managed to get her way over to, her phone. But, how can we help people if they don't have that life alert? Because people have been talking about that life alert lately. Or the smartphone, you have the smartphone, it can alert somebody that you've fallen or so. I think that's something important that we should look into, and maybe Anthony could help us do that.
Yeah, we'll look into that, but I'll give you an example. In my cul-de-sac, there's a gentleman there who's bigger than me and heavier than me, and when he falls down, I have to pick him up. And he's not wheelchair bound, but if he can't get out of bed or get off his couch, and so that's what brings it to my mind that we should work towards some kind of a system where I guess someone like me who lives in the cul-de-sac should know in my cul-de-sac who is I have to look out to when something happens, and hope in May meeting we can push that idea. Otherwise, the staff is doing well as far as getting food to the clubhouses and all that. So that's my only concern.
Did they ever assign captains in cul-de-sacs to
We
take
had-
care of?
Yeah, they're working with the captains, but still, we haven't addressed that issue of non-ambulatory people.
Right.
And this code red thing might work too, but it's something we have to get organized on, I think. Thank you.
Maggie?
Yeah, the Good Neighbor captains, people aren't volunteering for that now. They used to, and then they fell down. They're doing less and less. The Good Neighbor captain would, as part of their assignment, would go around and check their building and say, and so they would know. They would keep a list and have that list saying, okay, 7B is non-ambulatory, and 7C has 4 cats or whatever. They could even do the pets when we have a pets thing. But without the Good Neighbor captains, this information is very hard to get. And people aren't stepping forward. They're a little bit hesitant to want to wander around their building and get into everybody else's business. And they're a little worried about being required to have fire safety or any kind of emergency safety duties put on them because they're just residents. So they're hesitant, and there hasn't been much publicity about that. Now we should probably add that into the media committee. I'll write that down. That we should start promoting Good Neighbor captains again and see if we can get some help and maybe something in the breeze or on the Friday announcements. So we'll take that task over to them. Thank you.
And Compliance Ad Hoc, Director Blackwell, you're on again.
Yes, this is a committee that is making a compliance committee for GRF. And it's going very well. We're following all the usual things and saying all the usual things. We are adding a Mutual 50, who will now have a schedule of monetary penalties, which they haven't had before. And we have an appeal policy. They appeal. We're following compliance's regular compliance regulations and steps for GRF, because when an event happens between two people on GRF property, GRF can handle it through their compliance, and that's the idea. The nuisance policy, they're working on the wording, and they have an executive hearings resolution and charter. So they're going to have the whole process worked out within a couple of more months. And so that if things happen on GRF property, which is basically neutral property, it's not United and it's not Third, so no one will be favored if they go before GRF. Nobody's going to say, oh, it's a United member that's complaining or whatever. So that's a good policy. And harassment is an overview, and we made some comments and suggestions. We're going to continue on with this, and it's moving ahead in the usual way, but it is a necessary thing for us to have in the village. Thank you.
Okay, and lastly is Information Technology, Director Casey.
Yes, we met more recently than February 24th. We meet about every other week, So Adventico, which is our consultant who's putting the ERP system together and getting it implemented, has met with members of VMS, stakeholders, as they call them, over 100 meetings. And, there was just an issue that sometimes there's a contract that holds things up. And so They're trying to push through and make sure all the contracts are signed between the different companies that are offering solutions to our ERP. So our next meeting is to be announced, and it's going along well. They think that we might have the different parts of the program in place by June. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's no future agenda items that I know of. And so at this point, we're going to recess this meeting, and we'll continue at, we'll say, 2:15 with the closed session. This meeting is adjourned or in recess.